whoever he is with, the same. He knows where he came from. He came from nothing. Now he stands before you. We trust you. Jeffrey's not guilty.
Week 1 of the Georgia Rico trial of rapper Young Thug and his co-defendants is officially in the books. Just because the trial is now underway doesn't mean it has been smooth sailing. No, we're bringing you 10 of the most eyebrow-raising, notable, and wow moments from Week 1. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So after what was a marathon of almost a year of jury selection and twists and turns in the case, with defendants taking plea deals, another on the run, others having their cases being separated, we have finally concluded the first week of the criminal trial of rapper Young Thug, or Jeffrey Lamar Williams, and his 5 co-defendants. And let's not forget, the rapper and his alleged co-gang members stand accused of running one of the biggest criminal enterprises in Atlanta history. That's what we're talking about when we say a RICO, or racketeering conspiracy case, that there was an agreement to break the law, and these defendants and their unindicted co-conspirators took overt steps or acts to further this criminal enterprise known as YSL. Prosecutors say YSL is called Young Slime Life. Defense contending YSL is really just a record label. But now, the trial kicked off on Monday, November 27th, after the Thanksgiving holiday, and we're finally starting to hear what the prosecutors say they can prove, and what defense attorneys, for all 6 attorneys, have to say in response. The prosecution plans to show that Young Thug and his alleged co-conspirators were in this conspiracy together to further their criminal enterprise, meaning that there was an agreement. They acted in concert to further their gang, make money, gain notoriety or influence, that sort of thing. And they allegedly did all of that by orchestrating assaults, hijackings, burglaries, drug deals, and even murder. This is what we, again, are talking about with RICO or racketeering. Agreement to break the law, overt acts taken by Young Thug and his co-defendants and others in furtherance of this conspiracy. I know I keep saying it, but it's important to remember what we're talking about. And by the way, prosecutors are planning to prove 191 overt acts in this case. Wonder why this trial is going to last months. So that brings me to the first notable moment, the prosecution's opening statement. And you know that prosecutors, they start their opening statement in all different ways, right? Sometimes they give the facts of the crime, they give a timeline, sometimes they just introduce themselves. Remember, it's kind of a roadmap of where this case is going to go. Well, for Fulton County Chief Deputy District Attorney Adrienne Love, she started her opening statement in a very unique way, with a few lines from Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book.
Now, this is the law of the jungle, as old and as true as the sky. And the wolf that shall keep it may prosper, but the wolf that shall break it must die. As the creeper that girdles the tree trunk, the law running forward and back. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack.
Now you may be wondering, why the heck would she start off this way? Well, the prosecution, again, has to show for a racketeering conspiracy case that everything was done by these co-defendants for the purpose, the sole purpose of the criminal enterprise. That these crimes and acts were done not to benefit themselves as individuals, but the gang collectively. That's the key. That's why she focuses on the pack, and that Young Thug is the alleged leader of this pack or criminal enterprise. Now, as one would expect in a trial with so many defendants, there were definitely a lot of interruptions right off the bat. And that led to some tension in the courtroom.
Did I have a rule on that issue?
You said that you would do it later as it came
Okay,
up.
well, here's the thing. Later is now. I got a jury in the box, so you could have asked me that an hour. I mean, we had time this morning. I could have gone through that this morning and made clarity on it for both sides.
No, just I wish that the court would just follow their own instruction.
Well, I'll follow my instructions when you all bring to my attention what you need to in a timely manner.
Yeah. And one of the biggest interruptions came during Prosecutor Love's opening statement.
And their actions during the dates that are listed in this indictment are what we are asking that you pay close attention to and you evaluate.
Your Honor.
You have an objection?
Yes, sir.
Basis.
Motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our breaks. I'm going to need to probably ask you to retire to your headquarters jury deliberation room, and we'll call you back in just a minute. All right, Mr. Steele, what's your motion, sir?
Your Honor, last week, 3 weeks ago, you ordered the parties to share all of their displays in opening statement to the others so we don't have to have these interruptions. I did that. The state shared with me 4 attachments. That's all they had. That's what I got. What you just saw on your screen, if you don't remember, I'll ask the state to put it up, and I asked for it to be marked as exhibit, is what you already excluded. It states that Mr. Ryan was convicted of murder, and I represent the co-defendant who's not on trial on the appeal. How did that not get sent to me so I could bring it to this honorable court's attention? 1. And 2, how do we just violate court orders? So, yes, I have a serious motion for a mistrial because it's intentional misconduct.
Hey, everybody, this is a Morgan & Morgan legal alert. Evidence shows that Google has allegedly violated the privacy of millions of Americans via incognito mode. Your personal information and data may have been unfairly collected and then used for profit. As America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan has recovered over $20 billion in compensation for clients, and they may be able to help you fight for justice. If you've used incognito mode in Google's Chrome internet browser, you can find out if you have a claim in only a few clicks by visiting www.forthepeople.com/LCGoogle. It only takes a few minutes to sign up and find out if you have a claim. So Brian Steele, Young Thug's attorney, says that Love showed these PowerPoint slides that he apparently never saw. The defense attorneys, they were all supposed to be able to review anybody else's presentations to make sure that all their ducks were in a row, right? Well, there was apparently something on Love's slide about Steele representing one of the other defendants, Rodalius Ryan, in another case. That apparently wasn't supposed to be there. The jury wasn't supposed to see it. He asked for a mistrial. That didn't happen. But there were more problems with the information on the PowerPoint slides.
All right, Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning to the honorable court. I'd like to direct the state's attention to slide 15. Slide 15, the third bullet point. Number 2, the quote in the indictment is different from the quote in the PowerPoint. So that's 2 errors in slide 15 pertaining to Marquavius Hewitt. In the state's opening presentation, the date they have is October 1, 2020, but in the indictment, that particular overt act is November 16, 2020. So that's the third error in the state's opening slide presentation. So those need to be corrected to mirror the indictment.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, slide number 47, it suggests that Mr. Stillwell is still committing crimes on behalf of the gang even after being indicted on these charges. And my understanding was that anything that you had not ruled upon, we were not supposed to reference or discuss in opening statements. So those are clear references to unindicted charges that we did not get a ruling on its admissibility yet.
Do I have any further objection, or are there any further objections to the state's PowerPoint?
Your Honor, I was unaware that there were changes. I apologize. No one told me that. I didn't get an email to that or text.
I told you all to do that during lunch. That was my last conversation with you all before I went ahead and broke for lunch. You know, you all don't listen to the court, and it's going to get you all in a lot of hot water. You need to listen to me when I tell you something, and don't rely upon your own understanding. These jurors are waiting back there. We are dallying out here. So, you didn't follow my instructions, Mr. Steele. I mean, that's what I asked you all to do. I asked you all to share each. We're already behind to begin with. Any further objections?
And on slide 10 and 13, they misquoted the Instagram post.
They misquoted him?
Yes, they did. It says, I bet YSL make the news tonight. That's not what the Instagram post says.
Your Honor, we actually copied the Instagram post into slides 10 and 13.
And it does not say tonight.
I'm sorry. Okay. I will take out the word tonight.
Yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. There's really no other way to describe it. You have defense attorneys saying that the prosecution slides were inaccurate, which kind of looked like they were. Then, while Judge Earl Glanville had hoped that everything could be worked out during the lunch break, he had actually had to excuse the jury in the middle of the prosecution's opening statement to work all this out. He got upset because he said attorneys didn't do what they were supposed to do. In fact, Judge Glanville was so frustrated, he had threatened that no one could then use PowerPoints in their opening statements. But after further discussion, negotiation, he ended up allowing edited and redacted versions of slides in PowerPoints. And after over 2 hours, the jury finally came back in to hear the continuation of the opening statements. That was day one, everybody. That was day one. Now let's talk about day two. So it's Tuesday, and we heard from Mr. Steele once again. This time, it was for him to deliver his opening statement on behalf of his client, Young Thug. And he addressed several key issues, but one of the biggest talking points seemed to be that Young Thug doesn't really buy into our justice system anyway.
In this environment of severe poverty, severe crime, Jeffrey developed two deep, embedded beliefs about our criminal justice system. The first one is that it is not justice. Our criminal justice system.
Some strong words right there, especially as we're in a court of law as part of the justice system. But his point is for the jury to understand the context and surroundings of Jeffrey Williams' life. Seems to me Steele was trying to portray Williams as a misunderstood artist who's being persecuted for his craft. He even said, Thug isn't as nefarious as prosecutors would have you believe.
It was his path that if he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and as many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness, he would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means.
So thug, T-H-U-G, has a different meaning. And he also had another explanation for the jury about one of Thug's songs with Gunna, a YSL member who took a plea deal last year.
And the prosecution is targeting, that's Jeffrey taking a selfie in the mirror, and he has his hand up, and the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. A blood sign is like this. It looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released with Sergio Kitchens, formerly known as Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you can make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P.
So I actually looked this up, and it is true that pushing P is a slang term that can be about acting with integrity and going forth with a good message. And even Gunna has said before that it's an overall positive phrase, meaning to, quote, keep it real. But whether it actually means positivity, that's going to be up for debate. It's really up for the jury. They're going to have to decide what these signs mean. And that brings us to another big argument in this trial. Just because Young Thug and other rappers tied to the case said something in a song, does that mean it happened in real life? Can the prosecution use it as proof of nefarious deeds? Well, they can use it. The judge allowed 17 sets of lyrics to be used by the prosecution in this case. It becomes a different question if they're able to prove it. See, the prosecution said in their opening statement, we didn't chase lyrics to solve the murders, but law enforcement chased the murders and they found the lyrics. And so they would cite lyrics from Young Thug, such as, quote, take this to trial, or for slimes you know I kill, and referenced a Glock, and authorities found a modified Glock at Young Thug's home. But Brian Steele read some of Young Thug's lyrics during his opening statement to get his point across.
This is, you will learn, studio gangsters. They're in the studio. They are creating music for us to listen to. If you go to the first one, that's April 20th, 2014. It's a song released on Tick is another name for Trontavious Stevens. He will tell you he had a rough life. He's been in custody. In a Bentley on Wesley, getting trailed by sniper, there'd be no evidence of that. All I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. And the MF to step over here, F&N, that's a type of gun. Put him in the wheelchair. These are lyrics that rhyme. Those are taken out of context in that song, but they're lyrics. If we're going to criminalize lyrics, you will learn. We all should watch what we say. It's April 16, 2021. Jeffrey released a song on YouTube, Really Be Slime. The lyrics, my end really, they slime. We committing them crimes. Hop out and shoot. Roll one up for the gang. Want to be slime? Go catch a body. Me and little bro, we used to steal from the store. We had to stick it and go. That's a confession to an armed robbery. Had to stick them up and go. That's what we're dealing with here. I'm also not telling you that these lyrics are accurate. This is the interpretation of the City of Atlanta Police Department and the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County. You will not hear from the District Attorney's Office call one witness who's an expert in lyrics, in rap, in hip-hop, in gangster rap. They're not going to do it. They're going to do it through gang experts. Because the gang experts know what they're doing. And they have 5 gang experts. But they really have 1. Because you're not going to get experts from different jurisdictions, from different types of teachings, from different learnings, from different thoughts. Your 5 gang experts in this case from the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County all work together in the City of Atlanta Police Department. Those are your 5 gang experts. They teach each other. They talk to each other. They decide what the rules are.
Steele ended his opening statement by reiterating that Young Thug was targeted and doesn't trust this legal system. Now, moving on, Angela D. Williams is the defense attorney for the man I mentioned before, Rodalius Ryan. He's part of this Rico trial, but he's already serving a life sentence for killing another teen when they were both just 15 years old. In her opening statement, D. Williams said that her client's case was included just to make things more complicated. And she uses some colorful language to describe this.
Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become a target of the state. I'm gonna break that down for you. Poor. Rodalius was born on a couch. Let that sink in. He was born on a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world, he has been fighting to survive. The only time the state cares about poor people is when they can exploit them. Rodalius had to do what he's had to do since day one, survive in prison. And if you look at Rodalius, you can see he's maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. So he posts things. He posts things on Instagram. And I wouldn't even call them Instagram posts. I would call it a survival post. He has to boast. He has to be boastful. He has to show people, this is what I have. Because he has to protect himself. It's prison. We're basically distractions. So as a juror, what can you do to tell the state, we're not going to be distracted? We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Rodalius Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice, this is a circus. Thank you.
Okay, so as we continue talking about the wow moments in week 1 of Young Thug's criminal trial out of Atlanta, we want to jump now to Wednesday. And trial, it was proceeding as normal with the state's first witness, Atlanta Police Detective Mark Belknap, on the stand. He had been qualified as a gang expert. And everyone took a break for lunch, but when they were supposed to be back in court, it still hadn't resumed. That's because the attorneys were all meeting with the judge in chambers, so the jury wasn't seated. And it stayed that way for hours. When the judge finally came back into the courtroom and things got underway again, this is what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could just grab your attention right quick so we can go ahead and get started. Before we go ahead and summon our jurors, I just wanted to pose an inquiry to our members of the media here. Due to some security issues not attributable to anybody in this courtroom or the parties, and the fact that we have had an inadvertent recording of some of our jurors on the front row, would it be appropriate or okay if you all would not continue to film Detective Belknap? You're welcome to go ahead and do the audio, but is that something that you all would be willing to do, please? Everyone okay with that? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and call for our jurors at this point in time, and let's summon Detective Belknap, please.
So a couple of things to break down here that maybe aren't really related to each other. First of all, a few of the jurors were apparently inadvertently shown for a few moments on camera, which of course is a big no-no. You can't have that. So the judge wanted to address that this happened and that everyone is aware. By the way, of course this happens in this trial, right? The drama just keeps on coming. But secondly, he talked about not filming Detective Belknap when he got on the stand. By the way, Belknap had been on the stand for quite a while with his face on camera, but there were evidently some concerns. So he would no longer be shown on camera, which is interesting because doesn't it seem like the harm has already been done? And apparently we're trying to get confirmation of this, but at the time of this recording, moving forward, we might not be able to show any of the witnesses' faces on the stand for security purposes. I think we're trying to get a little bit more clarity on that. We'll let you know what the update is there. But now going to Thursday, day 4, and we have another Atlanta police detective on the stand. Again, the judge asked the media to not show the officer on the stand, but we have audio and we can hear the questions and the answers. So Captain Reginald Pettis, an APD veteran of almost, I believe, 20 years, was talking about an incident in 2013 when he was a plainclothes officer involving a man named Trontavious Stevens. I'm going to give you some background on Stevens. So prosecutors purport that Stevens is one of the co-founders of YSL alongside Young Thug. He entered a plea deal last December. He was the 8th alleged YSL member to take a plea. And as part of his deal, he is required to testify if called upon during trial. So Stevens was indicted on a felony charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for this January 2013 situation at an Atlanta apartment complex. It's actually the first overt act in this indictment. Remember when I said in order to prove a racketeering conspiracy, you need to prove all these overt acts were taken to further that conspiracy? This trial will show what those overt actions or steps or things are. This is Act 1 out of 191. So back to Captain Pettis' testimony on Thursday. He says Stevens pointed a gun at him and his partner, and he said he also observed something very interesting.
I observed them come out of the building with their attention already focused on the vehicle that I was driving, myself and my partner. Okay. And then they immediately began throwing the gang signs and yelling at us.
Had you done anything to that group of gentlemen before they came out, focusing on you and your partner, throwing the gang signs and yelling at you?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you talk about gang signs, how long have you worked overall in law enforcement?
17 years.
And what, if any, training or experience have you had during that time that would give you the ability to recognize what a gang sign is?
We certainly had a block of instruction in the academy. In field training, we would be taught to look for those signs from our field training officers, pointing out the signs. But we would literally drive down the street and gang members would throw gang signs at the police car. Throughout my years, I've attended various other trainings that show gang indicators, from tagging to dress to words being said, certainly the colors, and hand signs being the most fluid and evolving indicator of a criminal street gang.
Okay, so Pettis says he saw Stevens and these people who were with him displaying clear signs of aggression and waving gang signs. That's important. But on cross-examination, Pettis admitted he didn't put in his official report that he observed gang signs. The very detailed report included almost all the other important information, but not that.
All right. You're a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a captain.
Yes.
You what you do when you're conducting an investigation affects people's lives, right?
Yes.
You arrest people and take their freedom and take them into custody, true?
Yes.
And you are charged with writing reports that reflect the truth so that someone down the road, maybe a prosecutor, can rely on that information and know if to or how to prosecute someone, right?
Yes.
That is extremely important. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
All right. And so when you write your report, and when you were writing reports back in 2013, those things were just as important then as they are today in this courtroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you weren't a rookie officer back in 2013. You had been on the force for 7 years?
Yes.
Okay. And so before coming in here to testify, whether it's today, I don't know, yesterday, last week, whenever, did you have an opportunity to sit down with the prosecutors and talk to them about your testimony and your recollection of the events of 2013? Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, right. And you still came in here today, and and this is the first time, right, that you're mentioning anything about gang signs that you saw when you were brought in here to testify in this, quote, gang case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, what was a gang sign?
Hold on, what's the basis for your objection?
Well, with respect to.
What's the basis of your objection?
For first time.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Come in. What was the gang sign you saw being thrown up that day?
No idea.
No idea.
None.
Okay.
Granted, it's 10, almost 11 years later, but he didn't include it in his report. And now he's not even really sure what he saw in terms of any kind of hand signs. That's just the first of all of these alleged overt acts, so we'll see how the prosecution and defense battle it all out. Now, later on in the day, there was a little bit of a faux pas in the courtroom. Officer Michael Monheim with APD took the stand, and Brian Steele, again, represents Young Thug. He did the cross-examination for this witness. And Officer Monheim testified about overt act number 4, theft by receiving stolen property. According to Monheim, he pulled over a car for making an improper turn, and the driver, who we later learned was Young Thug, didn't have his license with him. So Monheim arrested him for the traffic violations, but allegedly found a bag of pills and a gun under the seat of the car. Turns out that gun had been reported stolen. So during the cross-examination, Steele is holding the gun, which had been entered into evidence. But Judge Glanville had to actually scold him.
The 12D, through your work, you find out that this item, from running a computer check, comes up stolen from the serial number. Is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay. And you found the item, though, underneath the passenger seat on the floorboard. Is that right?
I need to teach you about handling weapons. Please point the muzzle always downward, no matter if it's unloaded, okay?
I know it's unloaded, but yes, sir.
You make everybody nervous, okay? To include Mr. Kearns, who you're pointing it at, all right? All right.
I apologize, Mr. Kern.
Now, while there was a bit of levity there, as the day wore on, Judge Glanville lost his patience more and more with all the lawyers involved in this case, but especially the prosecutor, Adrian Love. Here are some of the highlights from the end of court on Thursday after the jury was dismissed around 6 p.m. And this concerned a list of witnesses that are supposed to be interviewed in the case and a juror issue.
Given that we have witnesses on this list like Detective James Thorpe, who is at the Atlanta Police Department every day, and
You told me that yesterday.
No, no.
And what did I tell you?
Your Honor,
What I tell you yesterday? I'm not going back through this, Ms. Love.
I'm not asking that the court not require it. I'm asking that the court inquire of counsel whether they have actually made efforts to reach these people. That's all. Because I think it's a little... I'm going to do exactly as the court directed, but, Your Honor, I don't think that...
And why are we having the same conversation again, Ms. Love?
I was told no, that he's to the media room. Nice. Good. You know. It's West. What's the guy's name? Yeah, Williams. So I was told that he should go to the media room. As long as he has, as long as there's room. That's what I do. You all are going to get in trouble if you exclude him in violation of 22. The only thing he cannot do is you still
Mr. Brown, are you doing this couple weeks? Or Ms. Hill? I'm going first on this. I just want to make sure I have all your second. I'm definitely
Yes, sir. Everybody. Check the juries.
Now, the first one is before the third one. Do you mind? Okay. You just didn't want me to be. I got you.
Hey, what's the dealio? Y'all thought I wasn't here? We back at it, man. Smash some likes, smash some likes, smash some likes. You know the business. Happy Friday to everybody. I already ate my food and shit. Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes. Run them likes up. Run them lights up, run them lights up, run them lights up. What we got going? Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Check.
I ain't check them out yet, one shot. I've been working, bro. I barely been getting rest, but I got you. You got my word. I'm gonna try to do it today. I got 3 streams today, though. Jason, what's up? Hold on. Let me mute that. Jason, what's up? Lisa. But yeah, Beats. I'm gonna check it out, Beats. I just been busting my ass, bro. Kodaks, what's happening? Town business. Shanique with town business, baby. Yada me. Yada me for sure. Yada me for sure. I don't put that on. That's about her. Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes. Good afternoon. Happy Friday, man. Shout out to everybody that pulled up to the Listen to Your Music screen the middle of the night when I fell asleep last night. That's all I got to say. Let's get back into it. If you want to donate to the channel, because you know I'm Mr. Demonetized for no freaking reason, man. Hit the Cash App, hit the Chime, hit the PayPal, whatever you send, a bit appreciated. Very well appreciated. I hope everybody having a good day so far, and I pray that we have an even better day after this, man.
Hey, you're good.
Let's get to it.
Sorry, Ingram. Everybody ready? Okay.
Mr. Brown is here, though. You can sit in front table for
We got a gentleman from the state. We'll be ready. All right, okay. All right, good afternoon. Council's interested parties were back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts. Oh, no, just Mr. Sharp. Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard, good afternoon. All right. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Jr. and Sr., good afternoon.
Smash them likes, y'all.
Mr. Nichols, Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland. Is Mr. Gart? Okay, all right. And then Mr. Ron.
Smash them likes. It's buffering, y'all. Smash them likes.
At one time, security, mall security, perimeter mall security officer May, and in speaking with him, he added that on July 15th, I added about a week after his incident at the perimeter mall, that he reports with Mr. Williams. He supposedly said that Mr. Williams made a threat to come back and shoot him in the face. He said the next week he saw in the news the search of Mr. Williams' home, so he became concerned and either excluded or suppressed that search. So I just want to make sure that the state doesn't mind. I don't want to trouble with this, so that the state doesn't mind just telling him not to put that out.
Have you already talked to him concerning that? Or can you?
I can't. We had no intention of going into anything about the search, but I will
Let's just make sure that he doesn't want to be too helpful, and because you all know, that I've excluded, he may not. So can you just go ahead and instruct him accordingly?
I sure will. Can I get a brief moment to go instruct
Yes,
him?
ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
Not until you go to Vegas.
All right, well, I'm up already, so that's good.
Smash them likes. We only got 49 likes. We got 200 people. Smash them likes. Bang them likes, y'all. Bang them motherfucking likes, man. Come on, niggas. Friday, man. Let's go up, man. Let's get this bitch busting. You hear me? Smash them likes. Shout out to everybody that smashed them likes. Salute. Too real. What's good, Lil Ryder? What's good, gang? What's good to everybody, man? Shout out Atlanta. Shout out the whole Atlanta, man. The whole Georgia, matter of fact.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Hilton. Have you finished talking to the witness?
We did, and then we just have one matter, similar to the matters we've been talking about. We just have 2 witnesses today. Everyone else will be fine.
All right. So what's the matter you need to talk about?
The same matters we've been talking about at the bench, 2 witnesses, May and Fikes.
Oh, you wish for them to not testify
Yeah, just those 2.
on camera? Fikes and who?
May. And that'll be our 4th witness and then our last
You
witness.
just need to remind me. So who's the first witness?
Our first witness is former Officer Collins, not included.
Okay, you just need to remind me before.
Yes.
Members of the media are welcome to videotape this particular witness. Okay, let's summon our jurors, please. Start in the room. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Creative Culture, what's good with you, man?
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the state's case. Ms. Hilton, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Officer Collins to the stand.
All right, summon Officer Collins, please. Officer Collins, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down. Okay.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. State and spell your first and last name for the court.
It's Christopher Collins, spelling out as Christopher, and last name is Collins, Collins.
And good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
Okay. And how long have you been self-employed?
This is going to be my 5th year total.
Prior to going into self-employment, did you work in law enforcement?
I did.
How long did you work in law enforcement?
6 years.
And over your 6 years in law enforcement, how many law enforcement agencies did you work for?
2.
Right. What were those 2 agencies?
City of Atlanta Police Department and then the Roswell Police Department.
When did you work for the Roswell Police Department?
Roswell was 2016 to 2019.
And what about the Atlanta Police Department?
2013 to 2016.
And when you were working for the Atlanta Police Department, were you post-certified?
I was.
And when you worked for the Atlanta Police Department, what was your title?
Just police officer.
And did you work in a specific zone?
Yes.
What zone was that?
Zone 3.
And what area does Zone 3 cover?
Zone 3 starts at like where the old Turner Field was and just cuts like a pie shape going south.
And were you assigned to Zone 3 your entire time with APD?
I was.
I want to direct your attention to July 3rd, 2015. Did you have the occasion to encounter a black 2014 Toyota Corolla?
I did.
How did you come to encounter that vehicle?
We were on patrol, observed a traffic violation, and then pulled the vehicle over.
And you said we were on patrol. Who were you referencing?
At the time, it was my partner, Christopher Law.
And about what time did this traffic stop occur?
It was between 10 to 11 p.m.
And where did you encounter this vehicle that did the traffic violation?
This is on Sylvan Road.
And again, Silver Road within 14 houses?
Yes.
What type of vehicle were you in?
We were in Crown Victoria.
And was that a marked police vehicle?
It was.
And was it a fully marked vehicle?
Yes.
If you can recall, who was driving? Who was driving your patrol vehicle?
Officer Law typically drove.
And tell the jury what happened once you saw the traffic violation.
Once the traffic violation occurred, We initiated our blue lights and siren, which the siren is automatic in the car, but we initiated a traffic stop, and then the vehicle immediately slammed on its brakes and then quickly pulled over the side of the road and stopped again.
Okay. What happened once you saw the vehicle immediately slam on its brakes and pull to the side of the road? What happened? What did you do next?
We approached the vehicle and it began our investigation.
Okay. What, if anything, happened when you approached the vehicle?
So when we approached the vehicle, the first thing was you could smell raw marijuana very strong. And then the second thing was we made contact with the driver and started speaking with him.
And do you know who was the driver?
His name was Trontavious Stevens.
What, if anything, happened when you encountered Mr. Stevens?
I began speaking with Mr. Stevens, and his eyes were very glossed over, super red. He was hard to understand, to the point that made me suspicious of like an impairment.
Okay. What did you do once you began trying to speak with Mr. Stevens but could not understand him?
So I just wanted to get a baseline of what level of impairment I was dealing with. So I asked him to conduct like a simple task that any person could do.
And was he able to complete that test?
He was not.
Right. What, if anything, happened after asking to complete the test?
At that point, I asked him to submit to the standardized field sobriety test.
And let me ask you, the initial test, what type of test, what did you ask him to do?
I asked him to count with his thumb and his fingers and go 1, 2, 3.
I'll stand the objection. Just lay a little more foundation.
Sure. When you encountered, did you ask him to perform a test?
Yes.
And what was that test?
It was to count with his thumb and his fingers.
And was that what you were just getting ready to do?
Yes.
So show us again, what did you ask him?
Your Honor, objection foundation.
Did you learn to take certain types of
Objection leading.
No, I'm going to overrule that objection. Go ahead.
As a part of your training as a police officer, did you learn how to determine if someone may be driving impaired?
Yes.
What did you learn to do to determine someone was driving impaired?
The standardized field sobriety test.
Okay. Is there anything else before taking the field sobriety test that you were taught to do in order to determine if somebody was potentially under the influence? Outside of the field sobriety, that is the field sobriety test.
Basic questions.
All right. And is one of the field sobriety tests, this test counted as 1, 2, 3, 4?
No.
Okay. What is this 1, 2, 3, 4 called when you asked him to do that?
That was just something I asked to see where he was at cognitively at the moment.
Okay. And was he able to?
Objection foundation.
Overruled.
Was he able to perform that test?
No, he was not.
Okay. Once he was unable to perform that test, what, if anything, did you do?
Once he was unable to perform that test, he was placed in handcuffs at that point. But I believe slightly before that, he did get angry and smash a scale.
Smashes?
A digital scale.
Okay. When you approached the car, you said that Trontavious Stevens was the driver. Was there anyone else in the car?
Yes, there were 2 others in the car.
And who were the other 2 people?
One of them was Mr. Gray, and the other one was Mr. Colbreth.
Let's first talk about Mr. Gray. Do you remember where Mr. Gray was seated in the car?
Yes, he was the front passenger.
Okay. And then what about Mr. Colbreth?
Mr. Colbreth was in the back seat.
And at this moment, you gave us the last name, Mr. Gray, Mr. Colbreth. Do you recall what their first name was?
Yes, DeMontez Colbreth and Marquavis Gray.
Now, you just discussed that there was a digital scale that was smashed. When was the first time you saw the digital scale?
Immediately on approaching the vehicle.
And was that before you had Mr. Stevens do the 1, 2, 3, 4 test?
Yes.
Where was that digital scale located?
It was sticking out of his front right pocket.
Once you arrested Mr. Stevens, what happens next?
So once he was arrested, we continued our investigation, and I spoke to the other passengers because the front seat passenger, as soon as we started talking with Mr. Stevens, he started to put his leg in front of a brown bag that was tucked inside the passenger door.
And I see you kind of turn in your seat. Are you trying to show what he was doing?
Yes, almost like he turned his body and was trying to camouflage it with his leg.
Okay. And that was Mr. Grant. Was he was a front seat passenger?
Yes.
Okay. The item that you saw him trying to hide or conceal, where was that item?
That was in the tray in the passenger door.
Once you observed Mr. Gray doing that, what if anything did you do?
Well, once I observed him doing that, Mr. Stevens was already taken out of the car, and I asked Mr. Gray to hand me the bag.
And did he hand you that bag?
He did.
All right. And what if anything did you do once he handed you that bag?
I opened the bag.
Okay. And was there anything in the bag?
Yes, 34 grams of marijuana individually packaged and 4 oxycodone pills.
Can you describe for the jury, if you can remember, what type of bag it was?
It was a brown fabric bag, pretty similar to a bag you would see used to package alcohol. So almost like a drawstring style fabric bag.
And after you observed that it was 34 grams of marijuana individually packaged and the 4 oxycodone pills, at that point, what did you do?
We detained the other passengers.
Once you detained the other passengers, what happened next?
Once they were detained, we asked whose bag this was.
Did anyone make claim to the bag?
Objection to the hearsay.
Oh.
Did anyone make claim to the bag?
No.
All right. What happened at that point?
Then there was a claim made to the bag after that. So initially it was a no.
Okay. Who claimed the bag?
I'm going to object to your hearsay.
Overruled. Then it was the front seat passenger, Mr. Gray, stated that the bag belonged to Mr. Stevens.
What happens next?
What happens next is an inventory was conducted of the vehicle.
And why was there inventory conducted of the vehicle?
It's Atlanta police policy to inventory every vehicle before it's taken to impound.
Was it the plan at that point to take that car to impound?
Yes, because the driver was being arrested. So we had already called for the tow truck.
What happened as you did the inventory of the car?
We found a 9mm handgun under the front passenger seat.
Where was it?
Under the front passenger seat.
And what type of gun was it?
It was a Taurus 9mm.
And were you able to get the serial number of that Taurus 9mm?
Yes, that was taken before it was put into evidence. But for the specific serial number, I'd have to refer to a report or something like that.
Say it one more time.
For the specific serial number, I would have to refer to a report. I don't remember that off the top of my head.
All right. We'll look at a copy before I help refresh your memory.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what permission to approach your honor.
You may.
And if any defense counsel wants to see what I'm going to approach you. Good one. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 226R. First, tell me, do you recognize this Exhibit 226R?
Yes.
How do you recognize Exhibit 226R?
This is a printed copy of a police report that I wrote.
And with that, look at 226R, help refresh your memory as to the serial number of the gun and the type of gun that you recovered under the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Yes, it would.
All right, you can take a moment and look at the report, and once the memory is refreshed, just hold your head up and document.
Okay. Okay.
All right, what was the type of gun again?
It's a Taurus PT-111.
All right, and what was the serial number?
It was TAW 58741.
And did you ultimately submit that firearm into evidence?
We did.
Was there anyone arrested on July 3rd, 2015?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
We arrested Mr. Stevens and Mr. Gray.
Why did you arrest Mr. Culver?
Why didn't we? The property was not in the area of his immediate control. He was in the back seat, and he could not have possibly reached it.
Once you arrested Mr. Stevens and Mr. Gray, where were they taken?
They were taken to the Fulton County Jail.
We talked about the gun you submitted as evidence. What about the marijuana and oxycodone? Was that submitted as evidence?
That was as well.
And what about the digital scale?
I'm not sure if that was submitted because it was smashed on the side of the road. Most likely at that point it was of no evidentiary value.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 170-0. Tell me if you recognize this as a 170-0.
I do.
And how do you recognize this as a 170-0?
That looks like what would be printed out as far as a property form from Atlanta Police
Okay.
for my case.
For your case?
Yes.
And would that be the property form of what you submitted into evidence in this particular case on July 3rd, 2015?
It would be.
All right, and looking at State's Exhibit 170-0, does that appear to look like the list of all the items you would have submitted to Atlanta Police Department evidence on this, for this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time State Lieutenant State's Exhibit 170-0 into evidence.
Any objection to State's 170 Oscar?
That was submitted.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? All right, then 170 is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, can we have Sharon take a look? But while we're doing that, looking at State's Exhibit 170-0, can you tell the jury the items that you submitted for evidence in this case?
Sure. The Taurus 911, or the Taurus 9mm handgun, Samsung flip phone, $134 in cash. There was a digital scale, an iPhone Generation 4, 4 oxycodone pills, and then 34 grams of marijuana, and then another additional 25 cents.
And back then, what was your unit number? Do you remember?
No.
All right. I'm going to show you first is marked as 171-0.
Okay.
Tell me if you remember. Tell me and look at. Ooh, excuse me. Look at this is a 171-0.
Sure, am I able to turn it over?
You sure?
Okay.
And if you go.
Yep. Yes, this is individually packaged marijuana, and it looks like there's another bag with a bunch of empty baggies in it.
Okay. And then that appeared to be what you recovered from inside of that braid, excuse me, that cloth bag on July 3rd, 2015.
It does.
All right. I will also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 172-0. You can look at it and you can open it. Tell me if you recognize it as 172-0.
Okay. This is a broken digital scale.
Okay. And you can look at it. Does it look like or appear to be the broken digital scale as you remember seeing it on the ground back on July 3rd, 2015?
It does.
Around this time, tender State's Exhibit 171-0 and 172-0 into evidence.
You said 171 and 172, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, all right.
Your Honor, same objection to people who are not on trial with us.
All right, so your objection's noted as continuing, and so I'll admit states 171 and 172O. You may publish as you see fit.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176 of. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 176 of.
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 176 of?
That is Mr. Stevens. That's who I arrested.
Okay, and then we arrested on July 3rd, 2015.
It is.
You are this time say like State's Exhibit 176 of the time.
Any objection to states 176O? All right, anything further? All right, 176O is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And is that who you arrested on July 3rd, 2015?
It is.
All right. And then, when you submitted the gun to APD evidence, are you aware of what occurred happened with the gun?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, happened with the actual firearm?
It was transferred to the ATF for their investigation.
All right. And have you had opportunity to see pictures of that weapon?
I have.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173O, 174O, and 175O. Anyone go for it? Showing you what's been marked as 173, 174, and 175O. Tell me if you recognize those pictures.
Yes, this appears to be the same type of firearm that was recovered.
And on here, does it have the same description that you said earlier with the PTO 111 description of the gun?
Yes, it's written on the firearm itself, and it says, I believe, Millennium is also written in there, which is the type of firearm.
Which is the type of firearm?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this time, say like Tennessee 173, 174, 175 over that.
Any objection to states 173, 174, or 175, Oscar? Same continuing objection. It will be noted. Unless there's any further objection, the court will admit states 173, 174, 175, Oscar, and you may publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So first starting, look at 173O. Does that appear to be the weapon that you recovered on July 3rd, 2015?
It does.
And look at 174 and 175. What is that?
That's a close-up shot of the magazine that goes with that weapon.
Okay. And do you see that PT111 number there?
Yes, it also says 9mm.
All right, and you should be able to tap the bottom left hand of the screen in front of you.
Okay.
And then there's a peg mark that comes up to the left.
Yep.
Okay. And then you can tap. You should be able to circle where you see 9mm and PT111.
Right there.
All right. Thank you. Now, Mr. Collins, after Mr. Stevens was arrested, Were you aware of Mr. Stevens being arrested 2 weeks later on July 15, 2015?
I was.
I'm sorry, I mean.
Is that Mr. Matthew Sr.? Come on up, come on up.
Were you aware? Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Were you aware of Mr. Stevens being arrested 2 weeks later on July 14, 15, 2015?
I was.
Okay. And do you recall who the officers were that arrested Mr. Stevens 2 weeks later after your arrest?
Yes, Officers Kankai and Ledesma.
So Officer Kandakai and Ledesma?
Yes.
And do you recall or do you know where that arrest took place?
Yes, they were arrested off Macon. It's another street in Zone 3. Off Macon, it's another street in Zone 3.
And from where you arrested Mr. Stevens and from where the arrest occurred 2 weeks later, about how far is that location?
Slightly over 3 miles.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 177. Oh, tell me if you recognize Exhibit 177.
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 177?
This is a map that shows the distance between 1813 Sylvan, my arrest, and 2915 Macon. That's Officer Kandakai's arrest.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of the map area showing the distance between 1813 Sylvan Road and 2915 Macon Drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state like the tender states Exhibit 177 for demonstrative purposes.
Any objection states 177 for demonstrative purposes. All right, hearing none, submitted for that reason.
Permission of publish. Thank you. And is that the distance,
It is 3.1 miles.
Okay. And all of that, both that, is that in Zone 3?
Yes. Sylvan Road, when it goes much further south, it is not. There's a small little area where it's not, I believe, just past 166, but then it's City of Atlanta down here, and then it goes back out.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all Zone 3.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 57G. Look at section 57G. When you describe the type of bag that Mr. Stevens had his drug in, was it similar in nature to this type of bag?
It was.
After making your arrest and collecting the evidence, that concludes your involvement in this case.
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross. Mr. Sharp. Please court, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, former officer, now businessman Collins.
Correct.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, it's good to speak with you again. The incident you just described occurred on January 3rd of 2015, correct? Excuse me, July 3rd, 2015, correct?
July 3rd.
Yes. And the people in this car that you stopped were Trontavious Stevens, Marquavius Gray, and DeMontez Colbreth.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you see any of those individuals in court here today?
No.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about what was found in the car. The digital scale was on Mr. Stevens' person.
Correct.
And he was the driver of the car.
Correct.
Okay. We spoke about a brown fabric bag. Now, 57G is not the brown fabric bag that you collected in this incident, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall, you referred to your property sheet. Do you know if the brown cloth bag was collected in this incident?
I am not sure if it was.
Okay. The brown cloth bag that's referred to in your report contained the marijuana and the pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were shown what has been marked 57G, this bag, and you said it's similar to the bag that you saw.
It's similar. It could be the same. I mean, this is a bag that I saw in 2015.
I understand. So it could be the exact same type of bag.
Sure.
Okay. You can't say anything was different about the bag that you saw in this bag?
No.
Now, your understanding, based on what was just shown to you, is that's the bag that was collected on June 15th of 2015, correct?
That's not the right date.
July 15th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we're talking about that bag being collected 12 days after you observed the cloth bag that you spoke of.
Yes. Or my math is terrible, but if that's the amount of days between the 3rd and the 15th, then yes.
Right. Okay. And the thing in common as far as the people involved, the common denominator between the July 3rd, 2015 and July 15th, 2015 is Trontavious Stevens, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 3rd, 2015, when you encountered Mr. Stevens, my client, Mr. Stillwell, was not in that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you're also aware that on the July 15th, 2015 incident, which is Act 52 to 55 in this indictment, you're aware that a firearm was found in that car?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that a firearm, were you involved in that case as backup?
I believe I was there briefly, maybe just to check on the other unit during a traffic stop.
Were you aware that a firearm was found under the passenger seat of that car?
I have no way to know where it was found in that case.
Okay. Regardless, on July 3rd, 2015, the incident that Mr. Stillwell was not present for, but Mr. Stevens was, a firearm was found under the passenger seat of the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Stevens was charged with that firearm, correct?
He was.
And regarding the bag that you collected in your case on July 3rd, Mr. Gray, the passenger, said it belonged to Mr. Stevens, correct?
Yes, I don't believe we collected it as evidence, but if you're asking about the bag that was handed to me, yes, he initially said that it was no one's, and then he said that it was Mr. Stevens.
Brown cloth bag that had drugs in it.
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any further calls? Yes. Hi, Mr. Matthews Jr. Go ahead, sir. How you doing, officer?
Hello.
Just got a couple questions for you. On July 3rd, 2015, you arrested a number of persons in that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, and that there's no confusions, the person that you arrested was a Marquavius Gray, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And not Marquavius Huey, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Mr. Steele?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How long did you patrol the area in Cleveland Avenue area that we saw on the map that was shown to you on direct examination?
The entire time I was employed by Atlanta Police, outside of the time I was a recruit, so.
Give us the years again.
I would say I started patrolling there in 14, and then I left in 2016.
Okay. You still have a pretty good memory of the area?
Somewhat. Yeah, I would remember landmarks and specifics, but.
Would you agree that the area was a poor area, impoverished area?
Yes.
And the businesses in that area, do you remember several businesses in that area?
I remember a few.
Okay. Do you remember whether many of the businesses had video surveillance? By that I mean like inside and outside their businesses.
Yes, some of them did, but most of the surveillance equipment, at least from the investigations I was involved in, was either A, faulty, or B, very outdated.
Okay. Do you remember a McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, that is east of the interstate.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to show you with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 1. It's already in evidence, okay?
Okay.
It should come up on the screen. Does that look like the McDonald's located at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
Hard to tell. There was a gas station across. The building across the street I don't remember, and I know that there was a shopping center contained either a defunct or currently operating Piggly Wiggly to the right, so it could be, yeah.
Well, if you don't recall, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're not sure?
I mean, I'm not sure. There could be multiple McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody else? Briefly, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Weinstein. Briefly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm the attorney for Diamante Kendrick.
Okay.
When you made that traffic stop on July 3rd, 2015, was Mr. Kendrick in the car?
No.
You see Mr. Kendrick right here?
Yes.
Have you seen Mr. Kendrick outside of this courtroom?
Possibly. I patrolled Zone 3, so if he lived there.
Do you recall having seen him?
No.
Thank you. No more questions.
Anybody else? Any redirect by the state?
Just briefly. Mr. Collins, you were just asked about video surveillance at any businesses, and they were either faulty or outdated. If you're aware, are you aware about how long video surveillance lasts?
So typically 30 days. I think is what I've seen. The normal DVR lasts like 30 days. Some are 7. Some have something cloud-based, but I don't even think that technology was out back then.
So back then, at the minimum 7 days, at the maximum 30 days.
Yeah.
All right. I have no further questions.
Anything further? All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Ms. Collins at this point in time?
You can permanently excuse Mr. Collins.
All right, Ms. Collins, appreciate your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness.
please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Understand, Mary Carp.
Mary who?
Carp.
CRP?
Kate.
Carp, okay. All right, summon Ms. Carp, please. All right, Ms. Carp, good afternoon, madam. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, your sworn as a witness, before you sit down.
Raise your hand. You swear firm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. State and spell your first and last name for the courts, please.
My name is Mary Catherine Karf, MaryKatherine, Karf, Karpf.
Good morning, good afternoon, Ms. Carp, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Ms. Carp, has your name changed?
Yes, I changed it a couple years ago.
What was your name formerly?
Previously, my last name was Clear, Clear.
And Ms. Carp, would you, prefer Ms. Carp or Ms. Clear?
Ms. Karf works.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, otherwise known as the State Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the GBI?
I'm currently the quality manager for the lab.
Have you worked in any other capacity for the GBI?
Yes, prior to that, I was a forensic chemist.
And how long were you in that role?
Approximately 5 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training?
Sure. I earned my Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from the Georgia Institute of Technology in 2010. And then I started with the GBI Crime Lab in February of 2011. After that, I underwent a 10-month training program in the drug identification section of the crime lab, where I learned about different controlled and non-controlled substances, different testing methods, and how to test evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And while you were in that role, did you have any continuing education requirements?
Yes, I did.
And, have you ever been admitted as an expert to testify in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Around 30.
Any time to quote?
Yes.
Ms. Carp, what is forensic chemistry?
Forensic chemistry is the application of chemistry to the law. So for what I did, it was the application of chemistry to test evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And have you personally had the opportunity to chemically analyze components of pills to test for the presence or absence of oxycodone?
Yes.
Okay, about how many times would you say?
I don't know, but a lot.
Okay, about how many reports have you prepared?
Over 5,000.
And so, can you tell the jury how do you test for oxycodone?
Sure. For a typical case with suspected oxycodone, I would first weigh the tablets received, and then I would inspect them for any kind of pharmaceutical markings or logos and perform what's called a logo identification on them, and then perform gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS.
And if this test is performed accurately, what would the results yield?
It would determine whether or not oxycodone is present in the tablets.
And is this type of testing subject to peer review?
Yes, as a forensic chemist, all of my testing was subject to peer review.
Okay, and who would review that?
Another authorized analyst at the GBI.
Now, are there standards that control how these tests are performed?
Yes, the lab has developed policies and procedures for testing that we follow when doing our analysis.
Is this type of testing generally accepted within the field of forensic chemistry?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Ms. Carp as an expert in forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to voir dire Ms. Carf? No. All right, well, the court will designate Ms. Carf as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Ms. Carp, in connection with case number 2015-101-8500, did you prepare a report for this case?
May I reference my notes?
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, sir.
She's really got her head on her shoulders.
Ms. Carp, I am handing you what
Her head's in the game.
mark as state's proposed exhibit
Y'all
178
stupid.
as an O mark. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is my official report for DOFS case number 2015-1018500. I recognize it by the case number and by my signature down at the bottom.
And has there been any changes or alterations made to that report since you produced it?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit state's proposed exhibit 178O as an O mark.
Oscar.
Oscar, I'm sorry.
You look at the lyrics. All right. Any objection to 178?
Continuing objection and then continuing witness and application.
I'm going to admit the states 178 over your objection. We'll take up the other issues I said at the end of the proceeding.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Carp, did the GDI lab receive evidence relevant to this case?
Yes, it did.
What type of evidence did the lab receive?
One bag containing tablets
And when did the lab receive these evidence?
on July 8th, 2015,
From whom did the lab receive it?
the Atlanta Police Department.
And when did the testing occur for this case?
I began my testing on July 24th, 2015.
And can you tell the jury what did you test?
I tested one of the tablets in the bag.
Did you use the principles that you just discussed previously before?
Yes, I did.
And based on your testing, were you able to reach a conclusion?
Yes, I was.
And what was that conclusion?
Analysis confirmed the presence of oxycodone in the sample tested, Schedule 2.
Okay. And did that can you tell the court, tell the jury who were the case subjects?
Yes, the two subjects were Marquivus Gray and Trontavious Stevens.
And did that include your involvement in the case?
Yes, it did.
No further question.
Cross.
Said, what's her IQ?
All right, hearing none. Anything further, sir? Mr. Smith, anything further?
Look at that motherfucker. Look like this. Like the mic.
Just briefly. Ms. Carter, who submitted that from the
Well, it look like this.
I'm not sure about exactly who submitted it.
You can refer to your report.
We just list the agency who submitted it. I can give you
Respectfully, basis. Redirect. It's out of the scope of any redirect.
Overruled. Overruled.
I'm going to object that you can't redirect if it's not in cross.
Overruled. Anything further? Are you done?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Ms. Carr?
Permanently.
All right. Ms. Carr, I should say, I apologize. Madam, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls to the stand Mr. Doug Evans.
All right, summon Mr. Doug Evans, please.
All right, Mr. Evans, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Amy, who was sworn as a witness, before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
See? State and spell your first and last name for the course and out into the microphone.
Douglas Evans, DouglasEvans. No, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans, are you employed?
Yes, sir. I'm employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed there for 27 years, and 17 of which was with the Atlanta Police Crime Lab.
Okay, and what duties or responsibilities did you have with the Atlanta Crime Lab?
Most of my day-to-day duties there, I help with the accreditation, and from 2006 until about 2019, I did the majority of the marijuana analysis for the lab.
Okay, and what kind of education did you have to do that kind of analysis in the crime lab?
I've had over 200 hours of drug training. The specific training for the marijuana examinations was the certification through the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, and that was done through the GBI's Department of Forensic Sciences training. We had to pass that training with a practical test of 100.
Okay, and did you pass your test with 100?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert in court?
Yes, sir. I'm sure it's been at least 13 times, or a little, maybe more. I've testified in state court here. I've testified in federal court and in municipal court, and I think on one occasion it was even a civil proceeding.
And have you ever testified in the field of forensic technician or marijuana examiner?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is Delta-9 THC?
Tetrahydrocannabinol, the main compound in the marijuana plant. Typically, that's what we know in layman terms that gives the euphoric or high feeling.
Okay, and have you ever personally tested Delta-9 THC?
Well over 10,000 cases for the main job duties at the crime lab. Yes, I have.
How do you test it?
Well, there are several things that we do when we get a sample, typically from our locked drug evidence vault. It's a key card access to get that. And when we have a case assigned, we will take it to our station. And the first thing that we do is when we breach the seal of that evidence bag, typically we will always breach the seal at the bottom of the bag, and we will take that sample out. And so the first thing that we'll normally do is weigh that sample. We have to weigh it first so that we can get the critical weight to know if it's going to either be over 28.35 grams or possibly over 10 pounds or even 2,000 pounds. So once we've gotten the weight with our calibrated scale, that scale is typically calibrated by an outside agency like Right Weight. The weights themselves are also calibrated, and then our scales are checked every day at the beginning of our examination, at the end of the day, to make sure that there's no error in the weighing process. Once we get the weight of that sample, we weigh the packaging, which is the gross weight, and then we will take the packaging away because on the official laboratory report, we only use the net weight. And so the net weight is the weight of that sample without the packaging. So after we've weighed that sample, that's the first thing that we do. Then the second thing that we do would be to place it under a microscope. And so we get the visual characteristics or the morphology of that leaf. We place a small sample under the microscope, which is typically 30 times the magnification of that sample. And we're looking for two things on the microscope. Typically, there on the top of the leaf, there's a cystolithic, almost like hairs or trichomes. And then in the bottom of the leaf, we have to have a sample that we can look at the bottom of the leaf as well. And then there's also some hairs or little fibers called covering trichomes. And so if those are present on the microscope, the microscopy tells us that this plant is in fact a cannabis or marijuana plant. Then we go on to the next part of that testing process, which is a Duquesnoy-Levine test. And here I have a small little visual. You don't need it? So the Duquesnoy-Levine test kit will have that same sample that we had under the microscope in that kit, and then we would have 3 ampules in the Duquesnoy-Levine test kit. The first ampule kind of washes the plant leaf, prepares the sample, and extracts that tetrahydrocannabinol from the leaf. And then we'll use the other ampule and then the third ampule. There will be a coloration change in that test kit that will go from a blue to mostly a purplish color. And then we'll kind of tilt that kit and you see a separation of the colors there. That gives us another indicator that is present for the tetrahydrocannabinol. After that examination, we'll do the last and final one, which is the FAST-PD. That test kit contains 2 ampules. We will crush that ampule for the FAST-PD reagent. And then we'll crush that second one, and we'll get now a second color change. That color change goes from a red to an orangish color, and then we'll see those separations of color. And so we have the microscopy, which is the visual characteristics. We have that Buchanan-Levine test kit, which turned purplish or blue. And then lastly, we have that FAST-PD test kit, which turned reddish or orange.
And what kind of information can this type of testing provide us?
It provides us that it's a positive indicator that this has THC in that plant leaf. It would not be then oregano or some other type of plant. It will then tell us that it's a positive confirmation. And in my over 10,000 analysis, I've had negative. I've had several negative exams. I've had inconclusive or insufficient amount to test. So in this case, it would tell me that this is in fact a positive test, and then I would go on to produce a lab report.
Okay. Are the results of your testing subject to peer review?
Yes. After I draft my report, my lab report is then listed in our case management software as drafted copy, and then my peer employee would typically peer that case, and then it's drafted as a final copy. So that report cannot be released as a final copy until it's peered by one of our technicians.
Okay. And is this the type of testing that enjoys general acceptance within the scientific community?
That's correct. In the scientific community, it's the accepted way that marijuana has been analyzed. And of course, we only did that in keeping with what we learned and certified through the Georgia Bureau of Investigations Department of Forensic Science certification.
Okay. Is there a known error rate associated with your type of testing?
No, not with this test, because the microscope basically gives us the visual characteristics. If we don't have those visual characteristics at the time we're doing this procedure, we will not go on to those other chemical tests.
Okay. And do courts typically allow experts to talk about this type of thing on the stand in court?
Yes.
Okay.
Basis. Say again?
He doesn't know the court.
I can't hear.
Sorry, relatives, he doesn't know, regulation, he doesn't know what the courts do. Should testify to generally to what courts do.
I'll sustain the question. You can rephrase if you like. If you
have you been permitted to talk about this type of testing in court?
Yes, that's correct. I've been certified as an expert on several cases.
Okay. And is this type of analysis the type of thing that an average person can do without the specialized training that you described earlier?
No, not without the specialized training, and could be incurring other errors.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders Mr. Doug Evans as an expert forensic technician and marijuana examiner based upon his background, training, and experience.
Anybody wish to voir dire Mr. Evans?
Oh,
yeah. All right.
You said no, Your Honor.
I know.
I know.
I heard it.
No, I didn't. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach to the witness stand and grab?
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. All right, the court will designate Mr. Evans as an expert in forensic technician and marijuana examination.
Thank you.
All right, now you may approach the witness.
Okay. Actually, Your Honor, I will withdraw that request and continue with the examination.
All right, go right ahead.
All right. Mr. Evans, did the
Are you aware of the APD Crime Lab tested any evidence with respect to APD case number 2015-02043?
I'll look at my notes.
You may, but just before you do so, I am going to approach the witness that has already been admitted, have provided to the defense in discovery, and has been labeled as State's Exhibits 179O, 180G, and 181I.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Evans, what have I handed you as State's exhibits, the State's exhibits that have just been called off to the jury?
These are 3 lab reports that I produced, 3 different cases.
And how do you know that those are your lab reports?
When we complete a lab case, we generate a report, and we have to enter a special code number for our signature to appear that we know no one else could have reported those findings but that person. And my name is here, meaning that I was the one that entered those that code.
And have those reports been changed or altered in any way since the last time that you authored them?
No, these are my lab reports.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State moves to admit State's Exhibits 179O, 180G, and 181I into evidence.
Any objection, counsels, to States 179O, 180G, and 181I?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a continuing objection.
Yes, she may.
Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes. Y'all funny as shit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Evans, I'll ask you, did the APD Crime Lab receive any evidence with respect to APD 2015-02043?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence did the Crime Lab receive in that case?
This would have contained, according to my description, 29 small Ziploc plastic baggies, 5 Ziploc plastic baggies, for a total of 34 plastic baggies.
Okay.
And they had green leafy material inside them.
Okay. Just approaching the court reporter to receive State's Exhibit 171I, just briefly.
All right.
171, excuse me, my apologies. And I am now approaching the witness with what has been admitted as State's 171O. Mr. Evans, what have I just handed you?
This is a typical plastic evidence bag that we normally would receive potential marijuana evidence in, and I noticed markings on the back.
Okay. And is that what you tested in that first case number that I just called out?
Yes, that's correct. I see the numbers coincide. I see my markings and the date listed.
Could you hold that up for the jury so they can observe what it is that you have in your hand? Let the record reflect that the witness is now holding up State's Exhibit 171I-O for the jury. All right. I'll ask you a few more questions. In your report, are there any known suspects associated with that particular evidence that you had in your hand?
As we're scientists, we only put on the evidence in our case management system the names associated with the incident report, and those names that were given to us from this evidence, Marquavis Gray and Trontavious Stephens.
And did you weigh that evidence?
Yes, as part of our first examination, once I breached the bag here at the bottom, I took out the evidence as it has different types of baggies with same size and same shape. I notated that in my notes, and I weighed that evidence and got a gross weight.
What was that weight?
I'll have to look at my notes. So according to my worksheet and my notes, the total gross weight for this item was 19.8 grams, and of course we don't put the gross weight on our report. We only do the net weight, and the net weight minus the 3.9 grams, when you subtract all of the baggie weights, it yielded a 15.9 grams of net weight.
Okay. And what was the results of your test?
The results of the test was that there was some 34 baggy items. We tested bag marked and listed as number 30 of the 34 bags. That did yield a positive confirmation for tetrahydrocannabinol, and the net weight of all of the bags, of all of the samples combined, was 15.9 grams, which is indicative of the net weight listed on the laboratory report.
Okay. All right. Do you recall if the APD Crime Lab received evidence with respect to APD number 2015-02280?
Yes, I see that one.
Okay, and just a brief moment, I want to approach what has already been admitted into evidence. Which has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 56G. And what have I handed you, Mr. Evans?
Typical evidence bag that we would get for most of our cases, our smaller cases. This has the incident number on it that matches the incident number on the report, and it has 3 suspects that match the 3 suspect names on this laboratory report.
What are those suspects' names?
Shannon Jackson, Marquisia, please, and Trantavia Stevens. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name.
You did the best you can, that's all we can ask for. Did you weigh the evidence in that packaging?
That's correct. Per our training, the first thing that we did after I notated in our description that there was 1 sandwich bag, 12 small purple baggies. Those have same size and same shape. And then there was some looked like loose screen material that was not in the bag. And so all those items were weighed, giving according to the notes, gross weight of all items, 12.1 grams for all 14 items.
And for the purpose of the jury, could you hold up the latest exhibit that I handed you to show them what it is that you maybe turning it around? Yes, let the record reflect that the witness has now held up the last State's exhibit and is now showing it to the jury. All right, you may place it, put it down. And did you in fact test that material in that bag?
Yes, I did. I see my name initial at the bottom where I typically reach the bag, and the date associated with the date that I started testing it.
What was the date?
This was 12/28 of 2015.
And what was the first date on? What was the date on the first bag of evidence that you tested?
12/28 of 2015.
Okay. And was there a result that you reached in the testing for the second bag?
Yes, that's correct. The second bag yielded a positive after doing the weighing, doing the microscopy, looking at those visual characteristics, doing the test kit coloration change. We noticed that it was, I noticed that it was positive for tetrahydrocannabinol, and the net weight was 8.7 grams.
And did you receive any evidence with respect to APD case number 2019-00175?
Yes, I have a lab report for that.
Okay. And I am now approaching you what is marked and admitted already into evidence as State's Exhibit 171I. What is it that I just handed you?
A evidence bag that we typically would get for marijuana, and I see my initial here and the date at the bottom, and so I would have also tested this.
And is that what you tested in this third case?
Yes.
Okay, and let the record reflect that the witness is now holding up State's Exhibit 71I for the jury. Okay. You may put it down. And were there any suspects associated with this third case for which you tested evidence?
Yes, I have 1 suspect listed here, Quamavius Nichols.
Okay, and what did you do when you received that particular piece of evidence?
There were two things listed in this bag of evidence. One was a cigar type sample, and one was a sandwich bag that had the bulk of the weight. So adding those two weights together was the first thing that we typically do, which is the gross weight of 17.8 grams. Subtracting the 1.1 sandwich bag weight yielded a net weight, once all of the testing was done, of 16.7 grams.
Okay. And what was the results of your testing in this third case?
The results of that was based on the microscopy of the main sample from the sandwich bag. The two coloration kits where you saw the coloration change was also positive for tetrahydrocannabinol in this case.
Okay. And for all three of these cases that you tested the marijuana that came back as positive, did you follow the steps and standards that you described earlier in your testimony?
That's correct. Since none of these met a threshold of over an ounce, then I just tested the bag that I chose to test, and in this case it was the largest amount, which was the sandwich bag.
And are all of your findings that you described here on the stand contained within the three reports that have been admitted into evidence?
Yes.
And does that conclude your involvement with these three particular APD cases?
Yes, typically that would include my involvement other than daylight today.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross. Mr. Garner, go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Evans. How are you?
Good afternoon.
So I just want to be clear. So the first case that we discussed, that you just testified to on the right, contained 34 bags, right? Correct?
Let's see. The very first case, yes, that was a total of 34 items.
Right. And the second case contained 12 bags, 12 grams of marijuana, correct?
Yes, it did. It contained a total of 14 items. There was one bag and then one that was loose that was not in a bag at all.
Okay, and so those first two cases, they did not involve Mr. Quamarvius Nichols, correct?
Mr. Nichols' name did not occur on those two lab reports.
Okay, so the third case, which is, involves Mr. Nichols, you said that you found a loose flakes and a roach that was handed over into evidence. That's what you had to test?
Well, my description notated it as a cigar wrapper and a sandwich bag that both contain green leafy material.
Okay, but it wasn't 34 bags or 12 bags of marijuana, correct?
That's correct.
So when you weigh marijuana, the weight is typically recorded in grams, correct?
Typically it is, but we do have ounces, pounds, and so sometimes we have to make a lot for larger amounts.
Okay. And so there are 28 grams in an ounce, correct?
Well, when we get out there, Sean, it's always going to be over 28.35 grams for the ounce charge, but yes, you're correct.
Okay. So the marijuana that was tested in this 2018 case against Mr. Nichols weighed only 16.4 grams, correct?
The total was 16.7, but yes, the sandwich bag was actually 16.4.
16.4. And it was 16.4 because you chose not to weigh the roach that was inside?
No, I did weigh that cigar wrapper that contained green leafy material inside, and that actually yielded a 0.3 gram weight. There was no wrapping weight. When you have consumables, we weigh the entire thing. So that was 0.3 plus the 16.4 yielded 16.7.
Okay. So the
Probably my ad blocker, y'all. I think it's my ad blocker that's doing that. Like every time it's about to show an ad, it blocks.
marijuana that was found, it wasn't bagged up in little baggies, correct?
In this case, there was just one sandwich bag.
Okay. Contained shake flakes. Do you have to
Looking at the actual exhibit, there's a large amount of green material in the sandwich bag. And of course, I always look at the cigar wrapper and take out to make certain that it is a green leafy material.
Sorry about the buffering, y'all. I think it's my ad blocker or something. I don't know why I keep buffering like that. Can y'all hear me though still? Am I still moving? Can y'all still hear me? Why this shit buffering? That's how you gonna know if it's me. I mean, that's how you gonna know if it's an ad. Yeah, they might suck for real.
Material, and so some of that green leafy material is darkened, but it's in the other bag here.
Judge, may I approach?
You may, sir.
Yes.
So is this, you know what a roach is?
I know you would more likely be referring to the cigar wrapper.
Yes.
Okay.
Is this a roach?
Let me see.
Would you consider this a roach?
Yes, I would consider this a small consumed item.
Consumed, so it's already been smoked. I mean,
It has been burned, yes.
Your Honor, I beg the court's indulgence.
Okay.
We have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mike. Anything further for anybody else? Any redirect?
Question. What, earlier on cross, you were asked about consumables. What are consumables, Mr. Evans?
Consumables are things that would contain.
Nah, this is my internet. It ain't the ad blocker. I don't know why it's buffering like this, y'all.
Material. It could be cigar wrapper. It could be paper. We get all kind of things that actually have charred or burned leafy.
Remember, I was spazzed out the other day. This shit started. I'm just gonna let it go though, because I don't want to press nothing. It's gonna keep backing it up. But yeah, get this nigga out the stand. He know what he talking about though. All jokes aside, he know what the fuck he talking about. I can't.
As opposed to the raw form of leafy material.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further? All right, Mr. Evans, be permanently temporarily excused as a witness.
I bet you he say lunch break. I think it's about that time for real. For real. He just. Smash them lights, gang. Smash them lights. Shit. This ain't none compared to when I used to live in the hood.
All right, Mr. Evans, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. That means you're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Remember when I was in the hood, my shit used to buffer like a motherfucker, boy. That shit was aggravating like a bitch. Buy more data? Maybe I need to do that. Buy more data. You're right. I thought I had unlimited. I got 5G. I got T-Mobile 5G.
All right, thank you, sir.
My shit is unlimited for real, for real. Let me check. Let me go into my oh shit. Let me go into my account. My computer don't got a lot of stuff on it, and I cleaned it last night. I got a bunch of shit off it. Let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna check right now. Because all my other devices is running smooth.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about a comfort break?
Comfort break.
All right, okay. We're going to be in recess, let's just say 15 minutes, and we'll go ahead and come back and see where the afternoon leads us, all right? All right, we're in recess for 15 minutes. All rise.
Yeah, this shit acting up. It's just acting up right now. I don't know why. Yeah, you see, I'm still in the hood. Just call it neighborhood. No, I'm definitely not in the hood. Y'all ain't heard no motherfucking gunshots. You must ain't been following me long enough. Nigga, you hear gunshots on my screen, nigga. Yeah, that's how, who is that? Me time? Yeah, you must ain't been following me a long time. Trust me.
All right, Julie's left us, we're in recess.
Shout out Chirac, man. I don't know how long we in recess, but I'll run it back a little bit.
Making your arrest and collecting the evidence. That concludes your involvement in this case.
Put this shit on 480.
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Put it on 480. Well, pretty normal
Cross.
day, of course.
Mr. Sharp. Please record, Your Honor.
Oh, it's happening on the it's on the live feed.
Former officer, now businessman Collins.
Correct.
All right.
Oh, so hold on.
Good afternoon.
All right.
So it's happening on the live feeds, the news channel live feeds. Okay, I'm like, nigga, that can't be me. Like, oh, on another live feed. All right, well, cool. I'm like, nigga, but remember that the other day I panicked. I started calling my T-Mobile. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck? All right, well, I'm gonna run it back and let it rock here. No cap. I don't know how long we gonna be on break, but y'all smash that like button. I'm about to grab me a snack real. I'm about to give me some candy right fast.
When you describe the type of bag that Mr. Stevens had his drug in, was it similar in nature to this type of bag?
It was.
After making your arrest and collecting the evidence, that concludes your involvement in this case.
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross. Mr. Sharp. Please record, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, former officer, now businessman Collins.
Correct.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, it's good to speak with you again. The incident you just described occurred on January 3rd of 2015, correct? Excuse me, July 3rd, 2015, correct?
July 3rd.
Yes. And the people in this car that you stopped were Trontavious Stevens, Marquavius Gray, and DeMontez Colbreth.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you see any of those individuals in court here today?
No.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about what was found in the car. The digital scale was on Mr. Stevens' person.
Correct.
And he was the driver of the car.
Correct.
Okay. We spoke about a brown fabric bag. Now, 57G is not the brown fabric bag that you collected in this incident, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall, you referred to your property sheet. Do you know if the brown cloth bag was collected in this incident?
I am not sure if it was.
Okay. The brown cloth bag that's referred to in your report contained the marijuana and the pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were shown what has been marked 57G, this bag, and you said it's similar to the bag that you saw.
It's similar. It could be the same. I mean, this is a bag that I saw in 2015.
I understand. So it could be the exact same type of bag.
Sure.
Okay. You can't say anything was different about the bag that you saw in this bag?
No.
Now, your understanding, based on what was just shown to you, is that's the bag that was collected on June 15th of 2015, correct?
That's not the right date.
July 15th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we're talking about that bag being collected 12 days after you observed the cloth bag that you spoke of.
Yes. Or my math is terrible, but if that's the amount of days between the 3rd and the 15th, then yes.
Right. Okay. And the thing in common as far as the people involved, the common denominator between the July 3rd, 2015 and July 15th, 2015 is Trontavious Stevens, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 3rd, 2015, when you encountered Mr. Stevens, my client, Mr. Stillwell, was not in that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you're also aware that on the July 15th, 2015 incident, which is Act 52 to 55 in this indictment, you're aware that a firearm was found in that car?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that a firearm, were you involved in that case as backup?
I believe I was there briefly, maybe just to check on the other unit during a traffic stop.
Were you aware that a firearm was found under the passenger seat of that car?
I have no way to know where it was found in that case.
Okay. Regardless, on July 3rd, 2015, the incident that Mr. Stillwell was not present for, but Mr. Stevens was, a firearm was found under the passenger seat of the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Stevens was charged with that firearm, correct?
He was.
And regarding the bag that you collected in your case on July 3rd, Mr. Gray, the passenger, said it belonged to Mr. Stevens, correct?
Yes, I don't believe we collected it as evidence, but if you're asking about the bag that was handed to me, yes, he initially said that it was no one's, and then he said that it was Mr. Stevens.
Brown cloth bag that had drugs in it.
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any further calls? Yes. Hi, Mr. Matthews Jr. Go ahead, sir.
How you doing, officer? Hello. Just got a couple questions for you. On July 3rd, 2015, you arrested a number of persons in that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, and that there's no confusions. The person that you arrested was a Marquavius Gray, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and not Marquavius Huey, correct?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Steele?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How long did you patrol the area in Cleveland Avenue area that we saw on the map that was shown to you on direct examination?
The entire time I was employed by Atlanta Police, outside of the time I was a recruit, so.
Give us the years again.
I would say I started patrolling there in 14, and then I left in 2016.
Okay. You still have a pretty good memory of the area?
Somewhat. Yeah, I would remember landmarks and specifics, but.
Would you agree that the area was a poor area, impoverished area?
Yes.
And the businesses in that area, do you remember several businesses in that area?
I remember a few.
Okay. Do you remember whether many of the businesses had video surveillance? By that I mean like inside and outside their businesses.
Yes, some of them did, but most of the surveillance equipment, at least from the investigations I was involved in, was either A, faulty, or B, very outdated.
Okay. Do you remember a McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, that is east of the interstate.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to show you with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 1. It's already in evidence, okay?
Okay.
It should come up on the screen. Does that look like the McDonald's located at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
Hard to tell. There was a gas station across. The building across the street I don't remember, and I know that there was a shopping center contained either a defunct or currently operating Piggly Wiggly to the right, so it could be, yeah.
Well, if you don't recall, that's fine.
Yeah.
You're not sure?
I mean, I'm not sure. There could be multiple McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody else? Briefly, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Weinstein. Briefly.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I'm the attorney for Diamante Kendrick.
Okay.
When you made that traffic stop on July 3rd, 2015, was Mr. Kendrick in the car?
No.
You see Mr. Kendrick right here?
Yes.
Have you seen Mr. Kendrick outside of this courtroom?
Possibly. I patrolled Zone 3, so if he lived there.
Do you recall having seen him?
No.
Thank you. No more questions.
Anybody else? Any redirect by the state?
Just briefly. Mr. Collins, you were just asked about video surveillance at any businesses that are either faulty or outdated. If you're aware, are you aware of how long video surveillance lasts?
So typically 30 days. I think is what I've seen. The normal DVR lasts like 30 days. Some are 7. Some have something cloud-based, but I don't even think that technology was out back then.
So back then, at the minimum 7 days, at the maximum 30 days.
Yeah.
All right. I have no further questions.
Anything further? All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Ms. Collins at this point in time?
You can permanently excuse Mr. Collins.
All right, Ms. Collins, appreciate your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, state, call your next witness.
I understand you call Mary Carp.
Mary who?
Carp.
CRP?
Kate.
Carp. Okay. All right, summon Ms. Carp, please.
All right, Ms. Carp, good afternoon, madam. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, your sworn as a witness, before you sit down.
You ready raise your hand. This is my firm testimony. You have the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. State and spell your first and last name for the courts, please.
My name is Mary Catherine Karf, Mary Katherine, Karf, Karpf.
Good morning, good afternoon, Ms. Carp, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Ms. Carp, has your name changed?
Yes, I changed it a couple years ago.
What was your name formerly?
Previously, my last name was Clear, Clear.
And Ms. Carp, would you, pardon me, Ms. Carp or Ms. Clear?
Ms. Karf works.
Where are you employed?
I am employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, otherwise known as the State Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the GBI?
I'm currently the quality manager for the lab.
Have you worked in any other capacity at GBI?
Yes, prior to that, I was a forensic chemist.
And how long were you in that role?
Approximately 5 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training?
Sure. I earned my Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from the Georgia Institute of Technology in 2010. And then I started a 10-month training program in the drug identification section of the crime lab, where I learned about different controlled and non-controlled substances, different testing methods, and how to test evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And while you were in that role, did you have any continuing education requirements?
Yes, I did.
And, have you ever been admitted as an expert to testify in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Around 30.
Any time to quote?
Yes.
Ms. Carver, what is forensic chemistry?
Forensic chemistry is the application of chemistry to the law. So for what I did, it was the application of chemistry to test evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And have you personally had the opportunity to chemically analyze components of pills to test for the presence or absence of oxycodone?
Yes.
Okay, about how many times would you say?
I don't know, but a lot.
Okay, about how many reports have you prepared?
Over 5,000.
And so, can you tell the jury how do you test for oxycodone?
Sure. For a typical case with suspected oxycodone, I would first weigh the tablets received, and then I would inspect them for any kind of pharmaceutical markings or logos and perform what's called a logo identification on them, and then perform gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS.
And if this test is performed accurately, what would the results yield?
It would determine whether or not oxycodone is present in the tablets.
And is this type of testing subject to peer review?
Yes, as a forensic chemist, all of my testing was subject to peer review.
Okay, and who would review that?
Another authorized analyst at the GBI.
Now, are there standards that control how these tests are performed?
Yes, the lab has developed policies and procedures for testing that we follow when doing our analysis.
Is this type of testing generally accepted within the field of forensic chemistry?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Ms. Carp as an expert in forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to vote?
No.
All right, forensic chemistry.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, sir.
Ms. Carp, I am handing you what's been pre-marked as state's proposed exhibit 178-0 as an art. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is my official report for DOFS case number 2015-1018500. I recognize it by the case number and by my signature down at the bottom.
And has there been any changes or alterations made to that report since you produced it?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit state's proposed exhibit 178-0 as a no mark. Oscar.
Look at the lyrics. All right. Any objection to 178?
Continuing objection, and then continuing.
I'm going to admit the one states. $178 over your objection. We'll take up the other issues I said at the end of the proceeding.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Ms. Carp, did the GDI lab receive evidence relevant to this case?
Yes, it did.
What type of evidence did the lab receive?
One bag containing tablets.
And when did the lab receive?
On July 8th, 2015.
From whom did the lab receive?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And when? Did the testing occur for this case?
I began my testing on July 24th, 2015.
And can you tell the jury what did you test?
I tested one of the tablets in the bag.
Did you use the principles that you just discussed before?
Yes, I did.
And based on your testing, were you able to reach a conclusion?
Yes, I was.
And what was that conclusion?
Analysis confirmed the presence of oxycodone in the sample tested, Schedule 2.
Okay. And that can you tell the court, tell the jury who were the case subjects?
Yes, the two subjects were Marquivus Gray and Trontavious Stevens.
And did that include your involvement with the case?
Yes, it did.
No further question.
Cross. All right, hearing none. Anything further, sir? Mr. Smith, anything further?
Just briefly. Ms. Carter, who submitted that from the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm not sure about exactly who submitted it.
You can refer to your report.
We just list the agency who submitted it. I can give you
Respectfully.
Basis.
Redirect
out of the scope of any redirect.
Overruled.
Process.
Overruled.
I'm going to object that you can't redirect if it's not in cross.
Overruled. Anything further? Are you done?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Ms. Carr?
Permanently.
All right. Ms. Carr, I should say, I apologize. Madam, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, madam. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls to the stand Mr. Doug Evans.
All right, summon Mr. Doug Evans, please. To turn and face Sergeant Aaron, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you. Take your spell your first and last name for the course and out into the microphone.
Douglas Evans, D-O-U-G-L-A-S, E-V-A-N-S. No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans, are you employed?
Yes, sir. I'm employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed there for 27 years, and 17 of which was with the Atlanta Police Crime Lab.
Okay, and what duties or responsibilities did you have with the Atlanta Crime Lab?
Most of my day-to-day duties there, I help with the accreditation, and from 2006 until about 2019, I did the majority of the marijuana analysis for the lab.
Okay, and what kind of education did you have to do that kind of analysis in the crime lab?
I've had over 200 hours of drug training. The specific training for the marijuana examinations was the certification through the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, and that was done through the GBI's Department of Forensic Sciences training. We had to pass that training with a practical test of 100.
Okay, and did you pass your test with 100?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert in court?
Yes, sir. I'm sure it's been at least 13 times. Or a little, maybe more. I've testified in the state court here. I've testified in federal court and municipal court, and I think on one occasion it was even a civil proceeding.
And have you ever testified in the field of forensic technician or marijuana examiner?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is Delta 9 THC?
Tetrahydrocannabinol, the main compound in the marijuana plant. Typically, that's what we know in layman terms that gives the euphoric or high feeling.
Okay, and have you ever personally tested Delta 9 THC?
Well over 10,000 cases for the main job duties at the crime lab. Yes, I have.
How do you test it?
Well, there are several things that we do when we get a sample, typically from our locked drug evidence vault. It's a key card access to get that, and when we have a case assigned, we will take it to our station. And the first thing that we do is when we breach the seal of that evidence bag, typically we will always breach the seal at the bottom of the bag, and we will take that sample out. And so the first thing that we'll normally do is weigh that sample. We have to weigh it first so that we can get the critical weight to know if it's going to either be over 28.35 grams or possibly over 10 pounds or even 2,000 pounds. So once we've gotten the weight with our calibrated scale, that scale is typically calibrated by an outside agency like Right Weight. The weights themselves are also calibrated, and then our scales are checked every day at the beginning of our examination, at the end of the day, to make sure that there's no error in the weighing process. Once we get the weight of that sample, we weigh the packaging, which is the gross weight, and then we will take the packaging away because on the official laboratory report, we only use the net weight. And so the net weight is the weight of that sample without the packaging. So after we've weighed that sample, that's the first thing that we do. Then the second thing that we do would be to place it under a microscope. And so we get the visual characteristics or the morphology of that leaf. We place a small sample on the microscope, which is typically 30 times the magnification of that sample. And we're looking for two things on the microscope. Typically, they're on the top of the leaf, there's a cystolytic almost like hairs or trichomes. And in the bottom of the leaf, we have to have a sample that we can look at the bottom of the leaf as well. And then there's also some hairs or little fibers called covering trichomes. And so if those are present on the microscope, my cautiously tells us that this plant is in fact a cannabis or marijuana plant. Then we go on to the next part of that testing process, which is a Duquesnoy-Levine test. And here I have a small little visual. You want me to? So the Duquesnoy-Levine test kit will have that same sample that we had under the microscope in the kit, and then we would have 3 ampules in the Duquesnoy-Levine test kit. The first ampule kind of washes the plant leaf, prepares the sample, and extracts that tetrahydrocannabinol from the leaf, and then we'll use the other ampule and then the third ampule. There will be a coloration change in that test kit that will go from a blue to mostly a purplish color, and then we'll kind of tilt that kit and you see a separation of the colors there. That gives us another indicator that is present for the tetrahydrocannabinol. After that examination, we'll do the last and final one, which is the FAST-PD. That test kit contains 2 ampules. We will crush that ampule for the FAST-PD reagent. and then we'll press that second one, and we'll get now a second color change. That color change goes from a red to an orangish color, and then we'll see those separations of color. And so we have the microscopy, which is the visual characteristics. We have the Duquesnoy-Levine test kit, which turned purplish or blue, and then lastly we have that fast blue B test kit, which turned reddish or orange.
And what kind of information can this type of testing provide us?
It provides us that it's a positive indicator that this has THC in that plant leaf. It would not be then oregano or some other type of plant. It would then tell us that it's a positive confirmation, and in my over 10,000 analysis, I've had negative. I've had several negative exams. I've had inconclusive or insufficient.
So we don't know, it's not Mr. Williams. The state would like to introduce that portion. I don't believe that it goes to anything except character, and I understand it's not Mr. Williams making the threats, but I don't understand that under 401, 402, or 403, it's not Mr. Williams, why that would be coming in. And I think the state is under the belief, which I believe is mistaken, if I'm saying it right, and the someone will correct me, that the way that Mr. May realized Jeffrey Williams' real name is after he got the press, he Googled Mr. Williams. And if that is true, then I would like it to be said that nothing about the press, but that he Googled his name later and found one of his young thugs, his name is Jeffrey Williams.
Date respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, believes that so the sequence of events is after this event, Mr. May was threatened online, which caused him to change his behavior, shut down his social media. And from that, he Googled he learned that he was being threatened because of his reporting of the threats that Mr. Williams made to him. I don't think it was too much time in advance. I think maybe about a month, maybe even 2 or 3 weeks. Once he learned that he was being threatened, he shut down his social media. And at that point, he determined to learn more about Mr. Williams, and so he put his name in, and that's how he learned his name was Jeffrey Williams. He did not know that when the threats were made. Initially, he just knew him as Young Thug, or that he was Young Thug. And then what precipitated him finding out his real name was
Can't read it. It's hearsay. He claims that he's being threatened on social media. I never been given social media. I'm not not saying it's true. I have no idea if it's true or not, but I can't even read the social media. No one's saying that Jeffrey Williams or Jeffrey Williams had somebody threaten Mr. Mr. Mayman said, I don't want to be on social media, and I want to look into who is all these people outraged that I had a confrontation with Young Thug, and then he realizes how popular Jeffrey Williams is as a renowned artist.
Doing that shit again, y'all. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know why it's buffering like this, gang. Let me.
I don't understand.
Let me see.
In my mind, why I have to deal in this court with any municipal hearsay, which is the threat, just to get to this person and Googled and found out Jeffrey Williams' real name.
Your Honor, is not intimate with hearsay. He can say,
You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do, y'all. This is what the fuck I'm finna do. Hook my hotspot up.
received threats. We're not saying what the
This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
He
hook my
said,
hotspot
I
up.
received threats on this social media.
This shit is.
I learned that I received threats because of being threatened. I then did this.
A threat. I mean, a threat would be, you know, I'm gonna shoot you. That would be a statement of the threat. But just to say people made threatening threats to me on social media. It goes also to show, you know, his behavior as to what happened afterwards. So.
What is that? What behavior is relevant to this case? The threat allegedly happened on July 7th at the mall. That's pretty concrete. And the police that day, and I assume the state will call Officer Stevens because he's here. That day, Officer Stevens wrote his report. The performer known as Young Thug is Jeffrey Williams. So I don't even know what relevance.
It's not doing all that shit. Yeah, I gotta check. I'm about to reset my shit. I got it on my hotspot though. So is we good now? I got it on my iPhone hotspot. I don't know what the fuck
That's
going
how
on
he
my
came to
Wi-Fi.
learn Mr. Williams' true name.
Yeah, but it's kind of here. It's all that
You good
is
now?
really hearsay.
My bad, y'all. I had to go get
On a
some. I
couple
told y'all to go get
different
some
levels.
motherfucking candy.
What part is the hearsay, Your Honor?
The fact that what did he go? What did he see? What social media did he?
But we weren't asking him all that. We weren't going to ask him we're going to ask him, did he receive threats? Yes. Where was that from? Social media. That's it. And then, what did you do as a result of that? So the hearsay is that we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted. We're not offering any words for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering for his effect on the listener based upon what he did and what he understood his threats to be. He then determined he needed to shut down his social media. He needed to learn more about who this individual was, and then he learned his name was Jeffrey Williams.
All right, Mr. Steele, I'm gonna overrule your objection. It is effect on listener, but I won't let them talk about specifically what I think that what he did, why he shut down his Instagram, why he came off of social media. And later they learned it was Jeffrey Williams is who he had the confrontation with at Perimeter Mall.
Your Honor, can I just ask the court, I understand your ruling, but
We don't know what they are. We just know he was threatened.
But if you could instruct your witness not to say that, not to go into any individual things.
Yeah.
Mr. Matthews, sit down. You gotta wait your turn, all right? Okay, all right. Now, Mr. Sharp. Are you finished, Mr. Steele?
Well, I would like it not to be threats, and he could say, I received information on social media.
No.
I need a statement from the
No, I don't think so.
instruction from the court. I'd like,
No.
there's no evidence that this is Mr. Williams, because otherwise,
No.
Your Honor, it is bad character.
It's not character evidence. It just goes to show effect on listener. It's a hearsay. It's a hearsay exception.
Does it? Well, I don't know. Okay. I respect you.
Okay, I mean, we're going to disagree on that one, okay?
It doesn't go to Mr. Williams' conduct.
No, it's not his conduct. It's the conduct of the person that's testifying.
That's irrelevant after the fact.
Okay, all right, well, we're going to, and plus, the jury's going to give it whatever weight they see fit, okay?
It's all badly. It's bad.
Okay, all right.
Court to exclude it, and the threats of other people, I was told, Mr. Sharp, is 2 cases.
We're not getting any of that. So the threats of other people we're not getting into those particular specific threats, okay?
It goes that further, and you can't mention it was threats, he just received messages then, and he changed it. I don't understand why it's relevant, but he changed social media. Why do you have to be a threat?
Because your mom, he gets credibility as to, if it was just a statement, Mr. May would have to shut down his social media and then learn more about Mr. Williams. Again, it's not just him shutting down the social media, but it prompted him to learn more about who Young Thug was or is, and then determine that it was Jeffrey Williams.
It doesn't make who he found out Young Thug.
Because it shows that he wasn't targeting Young Thug, that he was just trying to live his life after being threatened to being shot in the face, and then he gets these threats and learns more about who the person is who threatened to shoot him in the face.
Anything else?
Yes, I would strongly respectfully request the court to change its.
I'm not going to change my ruling, but I'll note your objection and make it continue for the record. All right, Mr. Shard, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand our rules in effect, but my client.
That's not been, anything extra, okay? What does he want to tell me?
Mr. Stillwell we're concerned about the objection of these quote-unquote, even if we don't.
Objection of what, sir? You need to speak into the microphone so I can hear you, okay? And everybody else can.
Okay. On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we are very concerned and we strenuously object to injecting the subject of threats into this case, and I understand that we're not going into specifics, but even the general idea that threats are involved create, in our opinion, an implication of guilt. And Your Honor, there are 2 cases I'm going to ask Your Honor to consider.
Yeah, I'd like to, because a lot of times the cases that you cite don't stand for the proposition you tell me. So
you've been listening to Mr. Uhelski.
I'm going to go ahead and look him up on Westlaw. So, hold on.
I know. You ready?
Not yet. Okay. All right, sir. What's your first case citation?
Broadwater v. State, and that's 359 Georgia Appeals 87. That's a 2021 case where the introduction of evidence of threats that were not directly attributable or indirectly attributable to the defendant was found to be error. In this case, the Broadwater case, there was overwhelming evidence of guilt. So it was found to be harmless error, but error nonetheless. And the other case is Kelvey State, 280 Georgia 669.
280 Georgia what?
669.
And what's that? And what's the name of that case again?
Kell. Kell, and that's a 2006 case.
All right, hold on a second. It's Kelby State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, hold on.
Are we good, y'all? I just reset my Wi-Fi, but I got it on my hotspot on my phone. Are we good? Can y'all see me pretty clear? Is it back to phone? My bad, y'all. I had went to the store and got this damn cookies and cream, and that shit start acting up again. We good? What up, Lisa? Let me know if we good, y'all. I'm resetting my Wi-Fi now. Good so far?
All right.
Smash them likes, y'all. Let's get them likes. Let's get this shit back cracking, y'all. Yeah, I had to reset my Wi-Fi, but I'm gonna leave it on my hotspot though, just so I don't fuck it up no more. My bad, gang. My bad. My fault for that, y'all. It seems like it's working pretty good now. Even I'm gonna keep my hotspot connected though, so we don't miss nothing. Smash them likes when y'all pop in, man. Let's run these likes up. Let's get it back. Let's get it back. What time is it? Shit, it's almost that time. It's almost about 5. You know, around 5:30, we, you know what I mean? Smash them likes, and if you smash it, I appreciate it.
All right,
Run these likes
Broadwater
up.
versus the state at 359 Georgia Appeals 87 seems to indicate there was in this particular matter, a witness testified she received text messages and Facebook messages from Broadwater's uncle threatening her not to testify against Broadwater, and Broadwater's uncle had driven past her house on several occasions. So, our appellate court concludes that it was error for this testimony to be admitted at trial. Although threats were made by the uncle, the state presented no evidence that Broadwater made the threats against Laughing House, a witness, I guess, or that he directed another person to send the threatening messages, nor did the state present any circumstantial evidence for an inference to be made that the threats were made at Broadwater's instigation. Thus, in an absence of evidence permitting an inference to be drawn, the threats were instigated or authorized by Broadwater. Lavinghouse's testimony regarding threats that she received were inadmissible. So unless you all have
Your Honor, this is distinguishable from what we are doing, Your Honor. Yes, it is. Your Honor, this is distinguishable because...
We're going to disagree on that. From what you told me earlier, Ms. Hilton, you said that you don't know whether or not Mr. Williams made those threats, okay? And even though I agree with you, the statements go to show effect on listener, you still have to overcome the issue of, in Broadwater, and you got to have some linkage. So I'm probably not going to admit. I'm probably not going to admit that those particular messages. At least he can testify about yes, Jeffrey Williams threatened him. He later found out it was Jeffrey Williams, but I think
there's two separate issues. I want to be very, 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 very clear.
All right. What's the first issue?
The first issue, because I don't want us to confuse two things. So on July 7, 2015, Mr. Williams threatened Mr. May. So that's very different.
No problem with that.
What we're talking about is a few weeks later, he received threats. We're not attributing that to Mr. Williams, because here, she attributed those threats to the defendant. We're not attributing those threats to Mr. Williams. What we are saying is he received threats. Based upon those threats, he shut down his social media. After shutting down his social media, he began wondering why are people threatening him, and he Googled Young Thug and found Mr. Williams. So we are not saying, we're not attributing the threats that were on social media to Mr. Williams. Here, she attributed the threats to Mr. Broadwater. We're not doing that.
What's the linkage?
The linkage is how he ended up Googling Mr. Williams. We're not... His sole reason for even trying to learn more about who Young Thug was because he received threats. We're not attributing those to Mr. Williams. What we're saying is, based upon those actions, he did this. Here, Broadwater was
Is that all you're going to do? You're not going to mention anything about any threats?
For what happened after July 7th, and that's all I want to be clear, there's a distinction. There's something that happens at Perimeter Mall where he's directly threatened by a person who he says is Young Thug. That's separate. After he's threatened by Young Thug, later on, probably like either 3 or 4 weeks later, he learns he's being threatened on social media because of what happened back on July 7th. From that, he says, I'm shutting down my social media and let me find out, because really, Your Honor, what he says is, I didn't think Young Thug was such a big artist. I don't know why people are even threatening me about Young Thug. I didn't realize how big of an artist he was. And when I'm learning I'm being threatened because of that, I want to find out who Young Thug is. So I Googled him, and I learned his name was Jeffrey Williams. That is what we're talking about. Again, we're not attributing the threats to anyone. What we're saying is that is the reason why he started to Google Young Thug, because he didn't realize the notoriety of Mr. Williams at the time, which is very distinguishable from what happened in Broadwater.
Okay, well, tell me how it's distinguishable.
Because in Broadwater, she's saying that Broadwater's uncle threatened her. For what happened after July 7th, we're not saying that Mr. Williams threatened after July 7th, because on July 7th he threatened, so I want to be very distinguishable.
That's very distinct.
After July, we're not saying Mr. Williams caused the threats, we're not saying Mr. Williams sent somebody to threaten him. What we're saying is he was threatened. Because of that, he took down his social media, and he wanted to know, why are people threatening me over this guy called Young Thug? Who is he? And then he Googled Young Thug and was like, okay, his name is Jeffrey Williams, and learned more of who he was.
And you're saying that is effect on listener?
That is the effect on the listener, not necessarily. We're not talking about threats. You know what I mean?
It's distinguishable, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele. So I'm going to, even though Broadwater and Cal are referenced in this particular case, I'll allow that particular testimony over your objection. And it'll be a continuing objection.
Okay.
So you understand the two. The statement made, stayed by Mr. Williams, that's separate. The other issue is effect on listener. So,
Your Honor, and I need to address that as well. I'm going to ask Your Honor to look at...
how come we couldn't have looked at this stuff like months ago?
Well,
You knew this stuff was going to come up.
That's not, Your
Watch it, Mr. Steele. Watch it.
We knew nothing about
One at a time. One at a time, please.
we knew nothing about these alleged threats until today.
No, because we talked about these threats when Mr. Steele was talking about the issue of at Perimeter Mall, and there were other posts. So we had this conversation before.
Not about this.
Yeah.
I don't believe that
We did. I mean, I have recollection of us talking about this particular issue already.
We talked about this incident, but we didn't know about these. This wasn't.
Didn't know about what?
About these alleged after-the-fact threats.
Well, they were these Instagram other posts that the threats came in.
We never received Instagram posts. I don't believe state has the Instagram posts. So I don't know if it's on Instagram.
Well, there were threats made. That's what was told to me earlier.
So, Your Honor, Moman, M-O-M-O-N, v. State, 249 Georgia, 865. It's the 1982 case.
249 Georgia, what, 860? That was before that was our old evidence code, though.
Right, but there's a long line of cases that have followed Moman that I'm just giving you the seminal cases, probably 100 cases I could cite to this, that
Moman's a very old evidentiary case. Anyways, it's 249 Georgia what?
865.
865?
And we can find a more recent case that stands for the same proposition as Westmoreland's looking right now. But Your Honor, that case deals with the effect on the witness, exactly what we're talking about here, the effect on the listener, and the lack of relevance and that sort of information going to the jury.
Okay, you said
here it seems that we're introducing potentially very prejudicial evidence talking about threats, prejudicial to quite frankly all of us, including my client, Mr. Stillwell, to explain a course of conduct and effect on a listener that has no relevance, no probative value, and even if Your Honor felt that it has probative value, it's very slight. And so we would argue that 403 and these cases I'm citing all dictate the same result, which is that even vague reference to some threats after the fact should not be admitted or be error to admit. I respect it.
This is crazy, bro. That's how you got to fight, though. You got to do case law. You got to, you know what I mean? That's $1 million lawyers for you right there. They fighting. This is a fight. Prosecutor fighting too. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't hold it. They fighting right now. This is a fight, nigga. Like, hold on. No, don't use that. Hold on. You know what I mean? Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes. Thug's sitting there like, God damn it. This what you pay them for, though, you know? Yeah, this is the best fight the prosecutor put up. She really spoke up, though. I ain't gonna lie. She spoke up now. Like, yeah, nigga. But, you know, case law is case law. Like, that's why you see how they start using that case law. Like, no, this other trial, this will happen with the threat, da-da-da-da. That's how you really beat them, using case law. Shit that already been convicted in old cases. That's how you beat them people.
We'll all bear in a second, please.
Yeah, that's what I learned when I was fighting my case. That's why I was in the law library.
Mr. Short and others, Greer versus the state, 313 Georgia, 236 February 2020. Criminal case. Recording of lead detective's interview with defendant where detective referenced statements made by defendant shooting victim's daughters and the defendant shot victim during the fight and was responsible for the shooting was admissible for prosecution and malice murder and other crimes. Statements were part of an interrogation technique, and what detective asked of or said to defendant was not offered for the truth, but rather to establish questions or statements defendant was responding to and the effect informer had on the listener, 24-8-801C. So I'm going to admit that over your objection, sir. I believe I had, Mr. Steele, did you wish to add or anything? I didn't let you finish, so. Anything, sir? Before I move on to Mr. Matthews.
No, Your Honor, saying 401, 402.
In doing a 403 analysis, I find the evidence to be, from my gatekeeping function, more probative than prejudicial.
Then would you instruct the jury that there's nobody saying that the threats of Mr. Williams?
No, I'm not going to do that. I'll let the jury at the appropriate time when we instruct the jury, I'll give an appropriate instruction as to that, sir. I don't believe that one's required at this point in time. So, all right. Mr. Matthews, anything, sir?
403 analysis objection under Rico 1, under the count 1 Rico, and also the compensation clause as relates to count 1.
All right, thank you, sir. So noted. Okay, all right. Unless there's anything else, would you instruct your witness accordingly, please, madam?
Can I go to Your Honor for a second? With Ms. Hilton?
Huh?
Can I go with Ms. Hilton?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, they can't link that. They can't link that at all. Yeah. Case law, man. If you know, you know. That's really a way to beat them for real. Like little different shit. Because if case law is basically, if they didn't convict it in this other case, we can't convict it in this case, or we can't pass it, whatever it is, we can't let it go happen in this case. Type shit. I know the judge ready to go home. Judge ready to go home, boy. He like, fuck these. Probably got a headache like a fuck. Yeah, the cops' testimony ain't hitting on nothing for real, y'all. It's like an audible. In football, you know, you do an audible. It's like an audible. All right, what else can we do? Fuck it. You know what I mean? Right.
He's been struck, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Sergeant Ingram, can we summon our jurors, please, sir? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All
right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, prior to calling our next witness, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 189-0 into evidence pursuant to 24-9-901. This is a certified copy of a conviction for Mr. Trontavious Stevens, criminal action number 15SC 135856. Mr. Stevens was convicted of possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, where he received 10 years commuted time served, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, failure to maintain lane. This is all for the July 3rd, 2015 incident in which he was stopped by Officer Collins. He pled to this on March 10th of 2016, and with this would conclude Act 48 through 50.
This has been previously shown to defense counsels.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any objection, Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, the objection under the Jackson case.
So noted, sir. Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. I also ask that the sentencing sheet be removed, Your Honor, and this is not going to prove the enterprise of the Rico. It doesn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Steele, please don't speak your objections like that. I don't want to have to advise you again on that, okay? All right?
No relevant.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's my objection.
The objections on relevance. I'll overrule the objection. I'll admit it, and as we mentioned later, we'll call what particular, whatever's been admitted, the court will take up that issue later. All right, so it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, we're moving on to Act 51, we call Christopher May.
All right, summon Christopher May, please. All right, Mr. Officer May, come on up to the witness stand, please. Once you get there, be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat.
Yes, sir.
State and spell your first and last name for me.
Christopher May, last name May, N-A-Y,
And where are you employed?
the Roswell Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Roswell?
Roswell.
since December of 2016.
And what do you do for the Roswell Police Department?
I am a traffic investigator assigned to the traffic unit.
Prior to
Public Safety Director.
And did you work for a specific company?
At which point?
Oh, how many companies have you worked for in
Okay.
public safety capacity?
4.
I want to direct attention specifically to 2015. Which company did you work for?
Andy Frame Security Services.
If you can slow that down.
Sorry. Andy Frame Security Services.
And when you worked for Andy Brand Security Services, where did you work?
Perimeter Mall.
And how long did you work at Perimeter Mall as a security director?
From 2007 until December of 2016.
And just tell the jury briefly, where's Perimeter Mall located?
It's going to be located in the city of Dunwoody. It's going to be right off 285 Ashford Dunwoody Road and Hammond Road intersection.
All right, and let's talk a little bit about the mall. Describe the jury how many floors the mall has, how big it is, the anchor stores. Give them a little about Perimeter Mall.
Perimeter Mall is a 2-story shopping center. They have 3 anchors. When I was there was Macy's, Nordstrom, and Von Maur, parking deck, food court, various shopping establishments, including Apple, Victoria's Secret, Champs, Foot Locker, that kind of stuff.
And is there a dealer that anchors on the other side?
Yes.
And does the mall have escalators?
Yes.
How many sets of escalators are in the mall?
3.
Right. And where are those located?
One's going to be in front of Macy's. One's going to be in front of Nordstrom. And one's going to be in the center court. Sorry, it's been a while.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 186P. Tell me if you recognize what's in 186P.
That'd be the center court area for the mall, from the upper level vantage point.
And how do you recognize it?
I can see the food court off to the bottom in the lower right, and that's not going to ever get moved, so.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of the center court and the center escalator as you remember back in 2015?
As best I can recall, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state like the tender stakes is in 186P into evidence.
No objection, sir.
All right, stage 186P is admitted published as you see fit.
Did you serve as the director of security the entire time that you were at Perimeter Mall?
Yes.
Okay. What were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
I did the hiring, the firing, the contractual compliance. I served as the first level for him.
Slow down.
Oh, I apologize. I did the hiring and firing, contractual compliance, scheduling, managing account hours and deployment of those hours. I employed security officers and police officers. I did operational startups, takedowns, developed policies and procedures.
When you say operational startup and takedown, what do you mean?
I'd have to travel sometimes for new facilities, new contracts, or to go and take a contract down that ended.
And as the director of security, were the security personnel that worked with you armed security?
No.
What were some of the jobs and responsibilities of the security guards at Perimeter Mall?
They were actively to patrol and be visual deterrent source, as well as a first contact point for customer service for anybody who might need assistance. They did incident reporting for any kind of liability incidents, slip and falls, any kind of criminal activity was reported to the property. They would also take a report as well, so we could document that and keep track of what we call hotspot areas of high crime.
And taking you to July 2015, you can recall how many security guards did you have under your leadership?
Depends on the time of day. It could be anywhere from 2 overnight. It ramps up to 4, then 5, and then 6. And then around between 3 p.m. and 7 to 8 or 9 p.m., depending on the day of the week, it could be 8 to 9. And then on the weekends, it could be 10 to 12.
And you said something that some people work overnight. Was Perimeter Mall secure 24/7?
Yes.
Take me to July 2015. Did you have a specific shift that you worked?
I worked various shifts. On that day, I'd have to look at what day of the week that was.
I'm not sure. July 2015. That's okay. Generally, you work a variety of different shifts?
A variety of different shifts. Mm-hmm.
Since you are not armed and your security officers are not armed, when there are disturbances of death, what occurs?
We contacted the Dunwoody Police Department.
I'm going to direct your attention now to July 7th, 2015. Were you working that day in your capacity as Director of Security?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have other security guards working that day?
Yes.
To know, do you know how many security guards you had working on that day?
I have to look at the deployment, but there should have been 8.
In 2015, did Perimeter Mall have a store called Champs?
Yes.
Where was that store located?
So it's going to be off the center court towards the Macy's side, on the lower level.
What type of store is Champs?
And there's sporting goods, athletic apparel, shoes, hats, things like that.
And on that day in July 2015, did you have the occasion to respond to the Champs store?
I did.
Why did you respond to the Champs store?
A security officer who was notified about individuals on skateboard electronic devices. We term them hoverboards. It's been becoming popular, and so I was notified that he tried to advise these individuals to get off the hoverboards, and he was met with resistance. So they're informed that what they need to do next is contact me so I can come and try to explain the policy a little bit better and see if we can't get some voluntary compliance.
And what was the policy regarding hoverboards? What was the policy regarding?
They weren't permitted to be used on the property.
Why?
The property, so it's for liability reasons, insurance. The property wasn't built to safely allow those type of conveyances to be operated. There was an exclusion in their policy for anything that was related to a disability or handicap issue.
And did you ultimately respond to that Champs store?
I did.
What happened once you responded to the Champs store?
When I responded to the Champs store, I could see the 2 individuals on hoverboards inside of Champs. We stayed outside the store. We're not going to interfere with the shopping that's going on inside the store. And we waited for them to come out.
And from your vantage point, were the individuals on the hoverboard inside of that store?
Yes.
Did they eventually come out?
Yes.
Can you describe the males? Can you describe the males?
To the best of my memory, they were African-American males. They were dressed actually pretty nice. They had baseball caps on, dreads that were kind of somewhat visible, thin build. They had nice shoes. And then they had a third individual with them that was not on a hoverboard. He was kind of taller, maybe not heavy set, but, bigger. They were thin. And he was older.
How many people did you see that day?
3.
All right. So there were 2, all 3 were African American males?
Yes.
2 slender and 1 little.
You're repeating directly.
I sustain the questions to form.
What were the description of the males who were on the hoverboard?
They were the younger individuals that were thin built.
And then the individual who was not thin built, was he on the hoverboard?
No.
Once the individuals came out of the store, what if anything occurred?
Well, as soon as they came out, one individual on hoverboard, he told me, "Fuck you," and he's leaving.
You said there were 2 on the hoverboard.
Yes.
Can you describe anything more about the one who said, "Fuck you, we're leaving"?
Later on, I can, when I was able to identify him.
Okay. Now, once that was said to you, what happens next?
So I tried to explain to them the mall's policy on the devices and try to give them an opportunity to get off the devices and carry them. One of the other individuals told me, the other one, not the one that said "fuck you," told me that I can't tell them what to do. They continued to move away, which again, previously I was told that they were leaving, so I let them continue. Try to stay out of their way, just walk with them. They went to the escalator and they still rode the hoverboards up the escalator.
Okay. As they rolled the hoverboard up the escalator, what happened?
They're being loud. They were using profanity. There was a lot of. It was a weekday, I'm assuming, from what I can recall. I mean, there was still people in the mall and families, and so it was drawing some attention. I remember just using my 2-way radio to kind of communicate, let dispatch know what was going on so they could follow us through the cameras. I had originally asked for the Dunwoody Police Department to respond because of the activity that was going on at the time.
So you said you originally asked for Dunwoody to respond?
Yes.
Okay. What happened should they get on the hoverboard and go up the escalator?
So the company was trying to tell them they're going to be banned from the property because they were failing to comply with the mall policy as it was explained to them, given an opportunity to comply with.
Okay. And the escalator they rolled up, is that the same escalator that is contained in State's Exhibit 186P?
No.
Okay.
It's not. It's on the other side of it.
It's on the other side of the escalator.
That's the down escalator.
So they were going up the escalator.
Yes.
Was in that general vicinity in the middle of the mall?
Yes.
All right. Did they go up the escalator?
Yes.
All right. What happened next?
We got off the escalator. Then we had to kind of stop because one of them came off the hoverboard when they got to the very top. They didn't fall. They just had to get back on it. And then they continued on.
So even after you asked them to get off, they still maintain being on it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What happened next?
I followed behind the male that was walking. He had a bunch of bags, shopping bags from Champs, I believe.
Was it that third male?
The third male. So I stayed with him, behind him. I tried to explain again as we were moving forward that they were going to not be allowed to come back to the property because they were leaving. At some point in that interaction, I did cancel Dunwoody because they were going to leave and we would just do the ban paperwork ourselves.
When you said do the ban paperwork, what did you mean?
It's criminal trespass paperwork. It's how we document the individuals that are not permitted to come back on the property. We put a date that it starts and a date that it ends. Oh, sorry.
So go ahead. Slow down.
Okay.
What's the ban paperwork?
It is a criminal trespass form. It's a written form that notifies an individual that they are no longer allowed to be on that property from a specific time period.
Okay. And so, at this point, because they were leaving, cancel the Dunwoody police?
Yes.
All right. Did they eventually go outside?
Yes.
What, if anything, happens when they went outside?
So I'd also contacted and asked for additional security officers that are already outside patrolling to respond to the area. I could see we were going to what we term the streetscape, which is the valet area.
What do you call it?
Streetscape.
Okay.
And so when we got out the doors, I could see two of my officers, actually they were supervisors, walking up towards the individuals. I could see an interaction occurring. I could hear some yelling about, get out of our way. And then I remember this specific gesture where the arm came out wide, like you're free to go. Like we're not going to stop you to leave.
Who made that gesture?
Those supervisors.
Okay. One of your employees?
Yes.
All right. And you said you called this area. What was the area that you were in right now?
The streetscape.
Streetscape?
Streetscape. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187P. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 187P?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 187P?
That's our streetscape area at the center part of it.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what the streetscape area looked like back in 2015?
I don't know about the store over here, Max's Oven Pizza or the Christmas tree, but everything else looks accurate.
Everything looks accurate.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. This time the state would like to turn State's Exhibit 187P into evidence.
Any objection to State's 187P?
Mr. Pines' testimony did not recognize it to be accurate in July 2015.
Outside of the Maxes, does that area, as far as the perimeter mall as well as the ground, appear to be what it looked like back in 2015?
Yes.
Any further objections, sir? All right. 187P is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Perimeter mall.
Is this the well area or the street well area that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that where you saw your security officer, your supervisor, make the hand gesture and kind of present themselves as if the individuals could walk out the way?
From my side, it's the left side of the screen. It's going to be just outside of frame.
And what you can do is on that screen next to you, if you press the bottom left corner, you can use that pen and you can circle where the direction where your security officer was.
Security officers are coming up this way, and they interface to them right over here.
Still try to speak up a little bit louder.
Okay, so the first arrow is the direction the officers were coming from, and then the other arrow is the area where they actually made contact with the two individuals on the hoverboards.
And from where the picture is being taken, what is in that area from, if I'm standing and taking that picture, what area is right there if I'm taking that picture?
You have valet parking, it's going to be to your back and to your right, and then to your left you'll have Urban Outfitters.
And you can mark that on the screen right there. All right. Now, as you saw, your supervisors kind of let the individuals go. What happens next? To the car?
No.
Okay. What happened once you got to where their white car was?
One of the security officers got the tag, called it out. When we got in the car, the driver was loading bags in the car. One of the individuals, who was the one that told me I can't tell them what to do, he got in the car. The individual told me, fuck you. He got to the passenger side rear area while the driver, which was the individual not on the hoverboard that I was walking with, he's putting bags in the car, and he told me that he could have me arrested for trespassing.
So to be clear, the driver was the person who was not on the hoverboard.
That's correct.
And what did the driver say?
That he could have me arrested for trespassing.
Okay. And then not the person who said fuck you, but the other person, where was that person at?
He was in the car. I don't recall which seat he got into.
Okay. And the person who initially told you fuck you earlier, where was he seated?
He was going to be on the passenger side rear.
Okay. Once the driver said what he said and the passenger, what if anything happens next?
It was friendly. I tried to tell the driver that I'm not in or on his property. He called me a peon and said I can't do anything. I don't have any power. And it's a long time ago. I just remember the word peon specifically. And then somebody was still talking in the car, but they were getting ready to leave. So I could see the rear passenger on the passenger side. I was standing out from that car door, which was still open. And I was trying to encourage them to go ahead and leave because that's what they were going to do. And he looked at me and said that he was going to come back up here and shoot me in the face.
He said he's going to come back and shoot you in the face?
Yes.
All right. What, if anything, did you do at that point when he said, I'm going to come back up here and shoot you in the face?
I took a step back and I requested Dunwoody respond.
And now this is the second response from Dunwoody since you canceled the first one.
Yes.
All right. What happened with the individuals in the car?
At that point, they left. They closed the door and they left.
What happens next?
Dunwoody responded to the streetscape area, which is where we told them where we were.
And once Dunwoody police arrived, do you recall which officer arrived?
Officer Stevens.
Okay. And what happened once Officer Stevens arrived?
He started gathering statements from the security officers that were on the scene as well as from myself. We walked from that point, and once he got the statements, then we walked back to Champs.
Why did you all walk back to Champs?
Officer Stevens has said that it's possible to identify the individuals because they may have used their credit card to make the purchase over there.
Okay. And did you go back to Champs?
We did.
What happened once you went back to Champs?
So Reggie, I don't know his last name. We were friends for a long time. We coordinated shoe releases and stuff. He's the manager of Champs. When we went in to go ask him, he told me that he's a known rapper by the name of Young Thug.
And when he told you that known rapper by the name of Young Thug, what did you do with that information?
I Googled it.
Okay. And when you Googled it, what did you find?
I looked at the image and identified that it was the same individual who threatened me and had earlier told me, fuck you.
So the person that you saw the Young Thug was the person who said, fuck you, we're leaving, and I will come back up here and shoot you in the face.
Yes.
Damn. Yikes. Allegedly.
Did there ever come a time, let me ask you this. So after you learned that information, what happened next?
Look at Thug's face.
After you Googled who it was, what if anything happened after that?
I typed my statement for Dunwoody.
And on July 7th, 2015, did you ever learn what young folks' true name?
I don't like recall.
So I'll shoot you in the face, nigga.
Now, the incident as it took place, was that captured on surveillance video?
Yes.
Hey, yo.
And have you had the opportunity to look at that surveillance video prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And have you also had the opportunity to look at a snippet of excerpts from the large surveillance video in this case?
I have.
And both looking at the surveillance video and the snippets, were they a fair and accurate depiction of what you just testified to back on July 7, 2015?
Yes.
That nigga Thug's crazy, man.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 188P. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Exhibit 188P.
Yes.
How do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 188P?
It's the same video disc that was recorded that I signed to verify that I viewed the video snippet.
And does the original, so not the excerpts, the original video appear to be the same video produced regarding this incident from July 2015?
Yes.
Did it include any additions or deletions?
No.
Now, did the excerpt portion appear to be portions from that original video?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Stacey Exhibit 188P into evidence.
Any objection states 188P?
No, Your Honor.
All right, states 188P is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state will solely publish the excerpted version of 188P.
All right.
Now, looking at that, those individuals on the hoverboards,
Yes.
and do you see yourself?
Yes.
Okay, where are you?
I'm right. Right there.
And what area are we looking at right here?
We're looking at the entrance area from the streetscape into the mall.
What area are we looking at here?
The streetscape area.
And the first person on the hoverboard, which person was that?
I don't recall.
And is that you walking behind the third individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And from here, are you able to tell us where the valet area is?
It goes further. You can see parts of the valet there. It goes further back.
recognize what amendment was going on during this portion of the video?
So that's going to be where the car is parked, and that's where we're going to be standing while they're loading the bags.
And during this time, was there any arguing and yelling going on at this time? Or do you recall?
I don't recall.
What area are we looking at right here?
Looking at the parking area for the streetscape and for the valet.
And do we see that white car?
Yes, right there.
Okay. Is that the same white car?
Yes.
And why is this camera kind of going back and forth?
It's on an auto touring cycle.
And what's an auto touring cycle?
It's a pre-programmed route that the cameras will take when they're not being used.
So what's going on right at this moment, if you can recall? Are you all standing at the car?
We are.
Okay. And are you able to identify where you are in this portion of the video?
I'm right there.
Okay. And do you remember who was standing the closest to you at all? Which one of your security guards?
No.
And is it at this moment where Young Thug says,
Objection, meeting, Your Honor.
I stand in objection.
was this where the comment, "I'll shoot you in the face" occurred?
But I can't tell from this frame.
Is that from this frame? Okay. Was it in this general vicinity though?
Yes.
All right. And is that when the vehicle left?
Yes.
Smash them likes, y'all. Do me a favor, smash them likes. Let's run it up. It's almost 5 o'clock. Let's run it up.
Now I'm going to show you what's the market states of 182p. Excuse me.
Can you see that?
Sure.
To 186.
Okay, that one's already in. This one's already in. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 182, 183, and 184 and 185. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Brian still look tired as shit.
Okay, and how do you recognize those exhibits?
They're from the video.
Are these screen grabs of the video?
Yes.
Okay. And do those appear to be very accurate depiction of screen grabs from the full video in this case, provided to us in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, does it state with like the Center States in 182 to 185 into evidence?
Any objection states 182P, 183, 184, 185. All right. They're admitted and may be published as you see fit.
First,
Smash
in
them like-
182, you see one of them individuals who had the hoverboard in Exhibit 182P.
Yes.
All right. Looking at 182P, does that individual have any bags in their hand? Can you tell?
No, I can't tell.
Okay. We go to the next one. Looking at Exhibit 183P, is that the same individual with the hoverboard?
Yes.
And does that person appear to have any bags in his hand?
No.
All right. Next, looking at 184P, that's kind of where we stopped before. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you tell from this image who that other person is?
That'd be Officer Hutchins.
Okay. Was that one of the security officers?
Yes, it was.
And was Officer Hutchins the security guard who initially called you to chance?
Yes.
All right. And looking at this, that is screen grab, just that area going into the front door.
Yes.
All right. And then last 186. Okay. And again, is that the center of them all? Did you ever come to learn what Young Thug's government or true name is?
Yes.
Okay. How did you go about learning who he was? What his name was, excuse me.
I had to later Google him.
Okay. What procedures you had to Google him?
One of my security officers had shown me when they came to me and told me.
Did you get
I sustain the objections.
permission just to leave direct so I can get to the issue that we discussed?
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Did you receive any threats after this incident occurred?
Yes.
What happened as a result of those threats?
I called my wife.
Okay. And what happened?
Well, she wasn't happy. So
I'll rule the objection.
So we had discussed what I could do, so I went ahead and changed the settings on my social media and locked it down so that you can't see anything outside of my name and my profile picture to protect the images of my family and anybody from seeing any more information about me.
Okay. And what did you do after you shut down your social media page?
I Googled Young Thug
Why?
because I didn't understand why I would be getting threats.
Okay. And once you Google Young Thug, is that how you learned his true name?
Yes.
And what did you learn his true name to be?
Jeffrey Williams.
And let me ask you this. When Young Thug, or the person you later learned to be Jeffrey Williams, said, "Fuck you, we're leaving, and I will come back up here and shoot you," did you understand it to be behavior that is truly humbling under God?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Might help you with the video.
Your Honor, may I play the video? It is State's Exhibit number 188B, but it's the P as in perfect, but it is...
The list is on the podium right there.
But it's the condensed video.
Which one is that one, sir? You said 188, Papa, you want to see the snippets, or?
It's the snippets.
All right.
I'd like to go through with you...
Whoever from the state, can you please put that up, please, madam? Thank you.
I'd like to go through with you, and if you don't... Yeah, thank you so much. If you just stop it. What's been marked and entered as 188P. And I believe you said that on the elevator or escalator, which is what we're going to see at first. Is that fair to say? You were on the escalator with Mr. Williams and two other gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Williams is in a white shirt, two other gentlemen in a black shirt.
I cannot recall the clothing items that they were wearing.
Say one more time?
I can't recall the clothing items that each individual was wearing.
Do you remember the color?
I remember the face.
That's fine. We'll go through it. And on the escalator, I believe, you testified that there was commotion, cursing, etc.
Yes, there was an exchange.
Okay. And exchange, I think you said it. Let me just make sure I don't. There was profanity, and it was loud.
Yes.
Okay. So, with the Honorable Prosecutor's assistance, if you could just play it, but we're going to be stopping, okay? An officer, you weren't an officer at the time on July 7, 2015. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You were working for the mall.
That's correct.
You were security at the mall.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're in the yellow shirt or seemingly yellow colored shirt in this video. Is that fair to say?
There's two of us in yellow.
Well, you're in a non-uniform, looks like
Yes, sir.
a yellow shirt. Okay. If you can start the escalator and 188P. Okay, and now you can see a electronic skateboard or hoverboard, as you call it, coming on the escalator. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can see it. Now, if you stop it right here. Do you see those two people who are in front of the person on the hoverboard? On the escalator?
Which two are you referring to?
Front two?
The very front two?
Yes, sir.
I can see those.
Okay. And then do you see a gentleman who looks like he's maybe drinking coffee or some substance below on a table?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want you to tell the jury, while this loud argument and the profanity is going on the escalator, tell the jury the reaction of the two people in front and the gentleman who is eating or drinking at the table below, okay?
Okay.
As it plays. Just tell us when to stop and you see them signify there's an argument.
That's how the first two get off the escalator?
If you stop, if you don't mind. Yes, sir.
So the first two get off the escalator that you pointed out, and I wasn't paying attention completely to the gentleman at the bottom of the table. He does seem to turn his head, but I don't know.
We'll go back if we got time. Can you go back? Okay, so you saw the first two people who are the gentleman in what appears to be, I'm not saying that this is accurate, but from the lighting I see, appears to be like a yellow shirt, maybe a hat, and the young lady in a darker outfit, right? You see them?
Yes.
Okay. And do they do anything that would sound like or appear to be that they heard anything violent or loud or profanity?
From looking at this angle, no.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask the prosecutor to play again because you said it, but you may want to look at, you can look at anything you want, but you may want to look at the gentleman who's drinking the coffee or the item below, and on the screen it's on the right-hand side. We're talking about the same person, right? You see the person sitting at that table?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you see that person, do something if there was some profanity and loud argument. If you could play.
There'll be speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Well, just tell us if you see that person move.
It froze.
Okay, it froze, Your Honor. Okay, if you could stop it. Did you see the gentleman who is sitting at that table that we've been discussing look up?
I saw him look around, I didn't see him look up.
Okay. With regards to the next series here, you see these two people now coming up. They're both in what I would call darker shirts. You see those two people coming up?
Yes.
Okay. And each one of them, I believe, is holding bag or bags. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, do those bag or bags come from Champs Sports?
I couldn't tell you if all those bags came from Champ Sports.
Okay. And what does Champs Sports sell? Is it fair to say they sell shoes or sneakers?
That's some of what they sell, yes.
Okay. And the first person that's about to get off of this escalator, this up escalator, that's a person on the hoverboard, right?
Yes.
And just to be clear for ladies and gentlemen jury, is it fair to say that Mr. Williams, the gentleman you say is Mr. Williams, is in the white shirt that already exited this screen that we're showing?
I can't tell you which shirt he's wearing. He's one of the two individuals on the hoverboard.
You're not sure which one?
I can't see his face. You're asking me to recall this from years ago.
Okay. And to be clear, we're talking about 8 years and 5 months ago, right?
That's correct.
And Perimeter Mall's in DeKalb County, fair to say?
DeKalb County, yes, sir.
And you've never testified in this. This is the first time you ever testified in a case, right? About this.
About this? Yes.
You're aware the DeKalb County case was dismissed, right?
When was I made aware? When I spoke with you?
Okay. All right. If you can keep playing it, but we're going to ask you to stop, okay? Now, that's the gentleman on the hoverboard who you said has a little bit of problem, I guess, with the hoverboard. And you can stop it if you don't mind.
Yes. You see, we kind of have to stand around him.
Sure. Okay, and now just for, and I think you did already, that is you on the escalator, off the escalator on the first person we can see that's depicted on the screen on the right-hand side of that escalator boundary. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then directly, it looks like behind you, but to your right, that is another mall officer, mall security officer, and that's employee Hutchins. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then behind that gentleman, is that also with security of the mall, or is that a shopper or another person?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Now, we're going to see you, I believe, are you speaking into some sort of microphone or walkie-talkie or radio?
It's two-way radio.
Okay, is that what you're doing around this time?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you're actually alerting, are you not, other coworkers of yours about Mr. Williams and others, the two others leaving the mall? Is that fair to say?
At that particular time, I don't know exactly what I was communicating in this frame. During the course of the incident, I did request additional units.
And when you say additional units, that's also the mall employees?
Yes, security.
Okay. And then you asked them to come on the, you call it the escapeway?
Streetscape.
Apologize. To have an encounter. I'm not saying it's violent or anything, but have a conversation or be present on that area when Mr. Williams and the other two people are leaving. Is that fair to say?
I requested to arrive and respond to that area to try to get a license plate.
Okay. Did you know that Mr. Williams was going to the valet, or you just were going to have him follow to their car to get the license plate? Okay. If we can, I'm going to ask the prosecutor to play the video again, but I'd like you to notice yourself. Did you start to run at this point? And if you don't remember, we're going to play it, okay?
I don't remember.
That's right. Let's take a look at it. And I apologize. You did not run, did you?
No.
Is that fair? Okay. That's later. We're going to get there. All right. Now, and if you could stop it 1 second. Now, there is other time that goes by, but this is the exit to get to the valet area or the parking lot. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And what we did was we took the video instead of sitting here for a long time. We just made the relevant portions, or what we believe to be relevant, in order to make it faster and flow better. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Of the video. Okay. And the first person to come out of this doorway is the person on a hoverboard in a white shirt. And if you don't remember, we're going to show it to you, okay?
Can you show it to me, please?
Yes, of course. Okay, if you could stop it right there. And can you identify that person?
No, I just know it's one of the individuals on the hoverboard wearing the white shirt.
2 hoverboards, one
Yes.
with them, not on the hoverboard.
Exactly.
Okay, 2 black shirts, 1 white shirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and this is just going to have this person come out of the picture, if you don't mind, continue. And then second hoverboard coming out the doorway, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Carrying the bags, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many bags, if you could go back just 1 second?
Hoverboard in the mall is crazy.
Do you know how many bags there are?
No, sir.
Okay, it's fine. If you're going to freeze, it's fine. All right, we'll just continue. Now, do you see, I believe you're going to see yourself come out with the gentleman who's not on a hoverboard. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And then tell me if you see yourself running. I'm going to ask you questions about that if you don't mind. Is that you running?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the mall security officer Hutchins now coming out too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I think it's going to flip to another vantage point on the video in a moment. Okay. And now the doorway, if you could stop it for a second. Thank you, ma'am. The doorway that we just saw, not in this order, but the gentleman in the white shirt on the hoverboard, the gentleman in the black shirt on the hoverboard, you and or the other gentleman, whoever came out first, not on the hoverboard, and then Officer Hutchins. We're coming out that door and walking in this direction. Is that for the jurors to orient themselves? Is that fair to say?
Who's walking?
All of you, the gentleman in the white shirt on the hoverboard, the gentleman black shirt hoverboard, you and the person in the black shirt not on hoverboard.
The hoverboards aren't walking, they're rolling. We're walking behind them.
Right, and that doorway is just behind us off the street.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can you see, or tell us when you can see, and tell Madam Prosecutor when to stop the video, when you can see your coworkers on this alleyway, okay, on this walkway.
That's them there.
Stop it now? Okay, and identify those people if you can.
I couldn't tell you from the video. It's going to be either, one of them is Officer Tori Campbell, which is the supervisor, and the other one was Jonathan Barron. Jonathan Barron, B-A-R-R-O-N.
And the first one, do you see it on where it stopped? 188P. It appears to be that there's a conversation or at least a communication of some sort, whatever is being said. I know you're not there to listen to it. Between the mall security officer and the gentleman in the white shirt on the hoverboard. Is that fair to say?
I would say it's fair.
And then the second person, if you could circle for the jurors, who also works at the mall security, is where?
Again, it's kind of hard to tell with the video quality, but I believe that's the other one.
Okay. In kind of like orange type vest?
Yeah, they were wearing either an orange vest over the yellow bicycle. It's a bicycle uniform.
Okay. All right. And if we could play it in a moment, but here this is the interaction where you said that you saw the mall security officers kind of step out of the way and say, go ahead.
At some point, yes.
Okay. If we could play it now. You're talking a little bit, right? Or doing something together. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, if you stop it. Thank you. And the gentleman in the white shirt, he then was let go, or he went around them. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and then the second person on the hoverboard is now even with, according to this vantage point, and if he's not even, you correct me, with the 2 coworkers, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you're the last person standing closest to us as we're watching the video on the right-hand side, correct? Okay, and the gentleman who's walking is maybe, I don't know, a foot in front of you, a step in front of you, 2 steps in front of you, walking the same direction.
Yes, sir.
Carrying the bags. Okay. And your mission now is to do what?
To just have them leave.
And what are they doing?
They're leaving.
Okay. All right. Continue if you. Now, if you stop it. There was conversation, if you saw, or whatever they're doing, between the other gentleman in the black shirt on the hoverboard and those two co-workers of yours, small security. Okay. Now, are there any punches thrown? Spitting? Pushing? Okay. You don't see any guns? You don't see any knives? And that's for the entirety of this. I'm not just limiting it right now. That's the entirety of this incident that we're talking about 8.5 years ago, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, continue if you don't mind, please.
Ask him, did he throw any gang signs up? That's what
Now,
I
you
asked him.
continue to pursue, I believe, where the video and your fellow officers are going with you or pursuing the people, right?
We're not pursuing, we're just escorting to make sure they're going to leave and to try and get a license plate for later to complete a criminal trespass form.
Okay. And right now we have, if you don't mind stopping it, we have let me see if I have their names or you can help us. We have a total, I believe, of 4 mall security people walking with, following these people. Is that fair to say who's leaving the mall?
That's correct.
And the names are you, obviously. You're Mr. May.
Yes, sir.
We have Mr. Hutchins.
Yes, sir.
We have Mr. Help me with the name. Barron, B-A-R-R-O-N.
Barron, yes, sir.
And we have Mr. Campbell, C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And everybody's going to where these people are getting their car to leave.
Yes, sir.
All right. If you can continue to play it. Now, I know you didn't know at the time, but you know afterwards that Mr. Williams is a well-known musical entertainer. Is that fair to say?
Later, yes.
And you notice that people now are congregating out here by the banister?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You see some people with their videos out, their phones out taking video?
Yes, sir.
And show, if you can stop it for a second. I know it's far away, but do you see the yellow-looking colors near the white Jaguar? And if yes, can you circle that area? And the white Jaguar is right there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So right now you have you and your 3 co-workers around that car, correct?
In the area of the car, yes.
And I know it wasn't the person who you identify as Mr. Williams, but you say that another person told you to you're trespassing on their car, something to that effect.
The driver of the car, he told me he could have me arrested for trespassing.
You went too fast for me,
I apologize. The driver of the car, he told me I could be arrested for trespassing.
Okay, because you were too close to the car, he made it clear.
I don't know why he said that. I was not in or on his car.
But he said that about the car, didn't he?
I couldn't tell you what he was referring to. I assumed it was the car, and that's why I told him I was not in nor on his car.
Okay. Now those bags, if you remember, actually went into the trunk of the car, or at least some of them did. Is that fair to say?
I believe so.
So the individuals who want to leave are actually at the back of the car, the Jaguar, and putting bags into the car, right?
At least the driver was.
Okay. And you're still there with your 3 co-workers, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could continue to play. Now you see a group of people on the walkway coming over, looking over towards you and your co-workers at the white Jaguar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you could stop it. We're going to flip to another screen because of the camera, but how long would you estimate you and the mall employee Barron, the mall employee Campbell, the mall employee Hutchins were at the car, that white car that we just saw?
I couldn't tell you.
Did you have any doubt? Well, when was the tag gotten?
When they got to the car, we learned which car they were at. I believe it was Officer Barron went to the back of the car to get the license plate.
That doesn't take very long, does it?
No.
But you and your coworkers, 3 coworkers, decided to stay at the car.
We have to make sure the people that we are telling to leave and that we're issuing criminal trespasses to actually do depart the property.
Okay. Now, this flipped the cameras. What's on the screen at 188p, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, this is a new camera angle.
This is a new camera angle?
From the one we just watched.
Yes.
Okay, and for the jury, can you just circle, and you could erase it in a moment, but just circle the white Jaguar. Okay. Now, you see that post to the right of the Jaguar? You see that post, and then if you go back, there's a second post, and you go back on the picture, there's a third post. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Can you just identify them, just for the jurors, that they don't think the door's open on the car or anything? Okay. And that's just for the ease of the valet?
It's for guiding cars, yes, sir.
Okay. If we could continue to play this for a minute, because this is before you or the 2 gentlemen on the hoverboard or the gentleman walking ever get to the car, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so if you don't mind playing it. Does this car that's stopped here, does that have anything to do with you or your coworkers?
It's one of the security vehicles.
Okay. And you called them as well?
Sorry?
You called them as well?
I called for additional security officers, yes, sir.
Okay. And this is just the scan of the parking lot and the road in front, right?
Yes, sir. I don't know, the camera may have not been functional for us to take control of it. We've had problems with different cameras, but this is an auto tour, so maybe it's just like an auto tour.
It's okay. So all this, for our purposes, is not relevant. Is that true?
This part, no.
Okay. But we'll get to the white car again, the Jaguar, in a moment. And when you do, if you could stop it. Thank you so much. Okay. White Jaguar, and do you see yourself and your coworkers right there near the Jaguar? On the sidewalk? If you can't,
I can't tell from there.
Let's continue.
From this frame.
Can you please? Okay, how about that, if you don't mind stopping? Is that better for you to?
That is better.
Okay, so just point out for the ladies and gentlemen jury, as many people as you can remember, and if you don't know who they are, that's fine, just say, you know, my coworker, or myself, or a person on the hoverboard, etc.
Be myself.
Can you do the?
I'm working on it. Be myself. And one security officer and another security officer, and I believe, I don't know where the other security officer is.
Okay. How about the trunk of the vehicle? Can you tell that the trunk on the Jaguar is now open?
It appears to be.
Okay. And can you see that you recognize anyone else at this point? And if not, we're going to keep playing the video.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could play the video.
Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes. We late with it. No gang. Salute. This one is getting good right here. He should have stopped following them. If you told him to get the fuck out the mall, just let them go. And if you see them come back, then you call the police. They was trying to intimidate them niggas like, that's that being black shit. That's how that shit be being black, man. Why the fuck is you following them? You told them to get the fuck out the mall, they leaving. Let them go. If you see them again, then you do your what if they really would have shot your ass? You would have been a dumb motherfucker. Respectfully, you know what I mean?
Okay, if you stop it just 1 second, if you don't mind. Now, can you tell if the door to the driver's side is open? If you can figure that out, if you don't mind help. And if you can't, just say, I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see yourself in that video? And your chat? You don't see yourself?
I don't see myself. I can't differentiate myself from that frame you have there.
How about the person above the passenger headlight and on the sidewalk with the shadow being cast? And if you can't tell, it's fine.
I can't tell.
Okay. At the time of the supposed threat, and I believe it is, let me get the quote.
Shout out to the chat, man. I appreciate y'all. We've been rocking in this gent, man. It's almost 6.
According to you, I believe that the threat is, I will come back here, I will come back up here and shoot you in the face. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that threat, according to you, was made while you were standing by the passenger side rear area. Is that fair to say?
You saw me standing earlier that we pointed out?
Can we go back to that area?
Let me get this pizza. I got a pizza for them.
If you stop it there. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the area that the supposed threat, is that kind of like the circumstances?
The area, yes.
And you have at least 2, if not 3, coworkers around you?
I can see 2. I don't look at one of what the room was.
Do you realize that none of your coworkers say that Jeffrey made that threat?
Objection.
What's that?
Okay. You know what? I'm overrule the objection.
No, I spoke with Officer Lewis. I'm sorry, not Lewis. Sorry, Stevens.
That's Police Officer Stevens, who works with the Dunwoody Police Department, right?
That's correct.
And he comes out after the after the Jaguar is no longer on the scene, right?
That's correct.
And you called them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk with you about these threats that you said you saw on your coworkers, or your coworkers showed you on their phone. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Now, this is a week, 2 weeks, a month later, after July 7, 2014?
I can't recall how long it was, but it wasn't that long.
Okay, and by that long, we're talking about?
It wasn't a month. It was in close enough proximity to the date, maybe a week, maybe a couple days. I mean...
Okay. So later that week of July 7, 2015, maybe a week later or so, you don't know, but approximately, fair to say?
Fair to say.
And it's your testimony that a coworker showed you on his phone or her phone, him, right?
Again, I can't. You're asking me about something that happened years ago. I remember the catalyst, which was seeing my name in a threat, and then what proceeded after.
Okay, so coworker, either a man or a woman, shows you on their phone your name, and it's associated with, God forbid, a threat to you. That's how you took it.
Some type of threat, yes.
And you are still holding your position of the mall officer, right?
Security officer?
The mall employee, yeah.
Yes.
And when you get that, you are concerned and you call your wife.
Yes.
And then you wanted to ensure that whatever social media platforms you have, there would not be personal information accessible to anyone but your friends, I guess.
That's correct.
Someone you invited.
Someone they're invited, yes.
Okay. Now, you have, at that time, contacts, relations with the Dunwoody Police Department, fair to say?
Fair to say.
Because you can call them, this criminal trespass, thefts, they happen a lot, unfortunately, at the mall, or at times, right?
Yes.
So you know how to get in touch with them, right?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury when you notified Dunwoody Police or any police department of this supposed threat.
I didn't.
Okay. Now, when Officer Stevens from Dunwoody Police Department comes out later on July 7, 2015, when I say comes out, I'm saying to your workplace, the Perimeter Mall. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You met with him, right?
Yes, sir.
And you cooperated with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you gave him a statement about this information that you're giving the jurors, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told him about this supposed threat, about being shot, God forbid, right?
I'm sorry?
You told him about this supposed threat.
Yes.
And did you tell him that the person who made the threat to you said that if you continued to approach, he would shoot you in the face?
I don't recall. I don't recall that part of it.
That's fine. Do you remember telling Officer Stevens that you immediately backed up at that point and then allowed the vehicle to leave?
Yes, I backed up.
And allowed the vehicle to
I don't remember that part of me backing up.
Do you deny telling that to?
I can't tell you what I did and didn't. I don't recall it.
Okay.
You didn't say that shit. You didn't say it to the
In the video that we saw, that the ladies and gentlemen jury just saw, that you helped us go through, did you ever see any of the three people on the video do anything aggressive? And when I say the three people, I'm talking about the two on the hoverboard and the one walking with the bags.
I don't know how I can tell you aggression from the video and the angle. I don't know what you're asking me for.
Fast movement.
Fast moving?
Yeah, did you see anything aggressive?
Yeah, motherfucker.
Again, I don't know what you mean by aggressive, sir. I watched the same video you watched. I can't tell a lot of the actions through the video quality.
Nigga, you was there. You was there. What the fuck is he?
Okay. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
You may, sir.
He was so scared, but he don't remember
You said
shit.
that another person, a driver, you identified the person, said something not nice to you and that you have no authority. You remember that?
You don't remember
They called me a peon?
Yeah.
I can't do anything? Yeah, I recall that.
You called him a peon?
Did you feel... Well, okay. Your Honor, give me 1 second, please.
This was the most scariest thing in his life, but he don't remember shit for real. Nigga, I ain't even gonna need to see the video. If somebody got aggressive with me, I'm not even gonna have to need to see the fucking video. Like, even though it was 8 years ago, if somebody threatens to shoot you in the face, that's not something that happens every day. Well, at least to me, or the regular, you know what I mean? What was that little ting with the highlights? No, you know she the prosecution. She alright. Face look a little strong. Yeah, but how the fuck you don't remember that? Yeah, you was there, but you don't remember shit. You don't need to have to see the
Thank
fucking
you, sir.
video.
Anybody else? Any cross? Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
And where's the gang activity? I still ain't hear nothing. This whole incident was no gang mention.
Mr. Steele just asked you during his
That was just a threat.
cross-examination, Luke said something to the effect of, did you know none of your officers told Mark Stevens about this threat?
That's not actually what I asked.
And it's leading. I sustain the objection.
Do you recall him asking a question about your other coworkers?
Yes.
All right. Are you aware if your other coworkers wrote statements regarding what happened?
I'm not aware.
Okay. When you were outside by the car, which one of your officers were near you?
No, Hutchins was close to me. I could see him.
How do you know Hutchins was near you?
Because when I stepped back, he stepped forward.
What preceded you stepping back and him stepping forward?
I stepped back when the threat was received.
And then what did Hutchins do when you stepped back?
He stepped forward.
Okay. It was after the threat was received?
Yes.
All right. Did it appear from your observation that he was reacting to the threat?
Yes.
And that was one of the security officers, your security officers out there?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Steele asked you about statements that Officer Stevens wrote in his report. Did you write your own statement regarding this incident?
I did.
And within your statement, did you write everything you remember happening up until Young Thug threatened to shoot you in the face?
I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's going to be marked SA231R. Is this a copy of your statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And does it appear to be your full statement with your signature on the bottom?
Yes, it does.
And is that the statement that you wrote back on July 7, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time say like the Tender States Exhibit 231R into evidence.
I don't know, I'm not going to.
Foundation?
Yeah, and also it's here.
I'm going to sustain the objection on foundation.
Take a moment and look at it. Does it appear to be the statement that you wrote? It doesn't appear to have any additions or deletions.
Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes. And if you want to donate, hit the Cash App, man. Cash App, PayPal, Chime, y'all. That's the only way I can benefit from this shit. They didn't fucking demonetize me for no fucking reason. But where's the gang activity? I can see if he said, I'm gonna shoot you in your face on YSL. But where's, we supposed to be proving that these people are a gang. All the shit they doing is in there. That was just a threat. People threaten each other all day, every day. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Okay. And did you write that at the time in which this occurred?
Yes.
And within that statement, was that all of the information that you knew for you at the time that this event occurred?
That's correct.
And do you remember verbatim everything that you said in that report today?
No.
And again, did you write that statement at or near the time of the incident?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect what happened?
Yes.
Objection, bolster.
Hold on, are you finished yet?
Your Honor, what tenants is a past recollection report.
You haven't laid all the foundation for it. I'm not going to admit it. And plus, it's bolstering at this point in time.
Your Honor, based upon the cross-examination.
Can you all come on up, please?
Yes, please.
Like I that's it, man. Welcome to back to the lab, y'all. Smash them likes. I appreciate everybody been rocking with me. We've been in here for what, about 5 hours, 6 hours now, going on 6 hours. Smash the like if you did smash the like. I salute you. We listened to Nicki Minaj listening party, her new album, and then later we doing listen to your music. We got a triple header stream today. For those who know, and for those who don't know, you know what I mean. You know I'm falsely demonetized. Let me see if it's. Yeah, you can't hear them. They turn the mic off. And if anybody, the only way I'm doing this shit for free, y'all. I can't say it no other way. You know what I'm saying? But I'm doing it for the love, so don't trip. Just hit that like button. But if you do want to donate to the channel, it'll go a long, long way for a nigga. Cash App, Chime, PayPal, and if you want to pull up to the next 2 screens, pull up. You did? How the fuck did this nigga remember all this shit? This supposed to be the most horrific moment of his fucking life. He got threatened by a young thug, but he don't remember. Nigga, you don't need to see the camera. You gonna remember, bro. You remember all this other shit. You remember what he said. You remember this, that, and the third. But we know how the prosecution works. Cause this is the prosecution's witness. So you know what I mean? It's bullshit. But this still doesn't prove now. If Young Thug said, "Nigga, I'm gonna shoot you in the face," and I put that on YSL, that's a gang charge. Where's the tie-in? People threaten people all the time. I'm gonna fuck you up. I'll beat your ass. Now, granted, that's a serious threat. I'll come and shoot you in the face. That is a serious fucking threat. I'm not making that like it's not serious, but where's the gang shit in there? He ain't say on YSL I'm gonna shoot you in the face, or nigga on blood, or you know what I mean? He ain't say no shit that can reference it to like on some gang shit. You know what I mean? This is just some nigga stop following me, nigga. Though that's terroristic threats. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not putting that under the rug like it's not. You said the judge want to know who buying dinner? Yeah. And if you told them to get the fuck out the mall, why did you have to like walk them down? Like tell them niggas get the fuck out, and if you see them again, that's when you do whatever procedure. Call the police, or I guess call the police. I don't know what the procedure is, but you know what I'm saying? You gonna follow these niggas. Obviously you weren't that scared. You know what I mean? If you was really scared for your motherfucking life from the jump, you should you know what I mean? You follow these niggas all the way to their fucking car. What the fuck? Just because they was talking shit to you? But it ain't like they was talking shit and they like, nigga, we ain't going nowhere, nigga. On YSL, nigga. Put that shit on the gang, nigga. Like, them niggas was like, fuck you, nigga, whatever, and dipped off. Like, that shit happens all the time, bro. You a mall cop, bro. I know that's not your first time being talked to crazy, bro. Real shit. Yeah, trying to be a super cop, bro. You're not the police, bro. Tell them to leave. If they don't leave, that's when you go to calling the police to do whatever you do next. You gonna now? What if, like I said, what if they would have popped your ass? It would have been your fault because you fucking followed them all the way out there. Like, why you not protecting them all? You need to be in there protecting the other fucking customers. You only got time to walk outside. And if y'all know, if you know where Perimeter Mall is, that's over there next to Roswell. It was funny when we said Roswell because I used to live in Roswell. I got locked up in Roswell a lot of times. Fuck Roswell. Fuck Roswell, bro. But like that area is like, it's not the most suburb area, but compared to like Bankhead, downtown Atlanta, Southside, Gresham Road, Pilot Park, DeKalb, Decatur, that shit is nice. It's nicer. So, you know, you don't really see a lot of people that look like us, especially that look like on some jewelry and rap shit, some hood shit, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of Mexicans over there. There's a lot of white folks over there. So he probably was on some shit like, you know, that's Sandy Springs. That's Dunwoody. Like, I just was at Perimeter Mall fucking in November. Was it November? November I was at Perimeter Mall, and a few last year. This whole year I was at Perimeter Mall at least like, what? Fucking 3-4 times. You know what I mean? I was at Perimeter Mall for sure. That's that. It's not like it's not a really hood area. Even though Atlanta has a lot of black folks, the streets are much wider and bigger. It's pretty clean over there. You know what I mean? It's not like the city. It's not the city. it's like it's the city to the country people, but to the actual city, that's not like blocks and downtown. It's not like that. You know what I mean? It's long ass sidewalks and long ass wide ass roads. It's shit over there, Walmarts and all this type shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's I say that to say it's easier to get profiled over there. I know. I lived in Roswell, and you know, Roswell, Dunwoody, Alpharetta, Sandy Springs. What else is over there? That little area is the nicer area. That's why I chose to live over there, because I had my kids and shit. I didn't want to move them, but I used to move around the whole Atlanta, and I noticed how this side is way different than almost everywhere else. Yeah, he probably get threatened all day. Like, let's get back to it though.
I want you to look at 231R. And when you look at 231R, you see where you wrote the threat that was communicated to you back in July 2015.
I do.
Okay. And back in July 2015, what was the threat that you wrote inside of your written statement?
I will come back up here and shoot you in the face.
Nothing, that's what you wrote in your report back in 2015.
Yes.
All right. Now, why, when you saw the threat on social media, why didn't you call the police regarding the threat that you saw on social media after this occurred?
Objection, Your Honor, self-serving. I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr.
Okay. Why didn't you call the police?
Honestly, when I did the research and I saw how big he was, I just didn't want anything else to do with it.
And why did you call Dunwoody police after the threat was made to you on July 7, 2015?
Single objection, Your Honor. You have some questions.
Because I have to, according to policy.
Why is that?
Because I was threatened, or any individual was threatened.
And when you received the threat, were you just trying to get them to leave the premises?
Asked and answered.
Lastly, I just want to go back and show you very quickly 2 minutes of I'll show you about 2 minutes and then 16 seconds within that video.
Which one?
This is 188P.
Thank you. Starting at what?
At this started 2:16.
All right.
Right, Lady Fish. If he was so threatened, why are you following this guy? Usually people get the fuck away from threats. Or if you ain't threatened, you go head on with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was trying to act like he was the, you know what I mean, a police, like, bro.
Now, Mr. Still asked you about these group of individuals. We're going to keep watching. I want to ask you about a different group of individuals. Now, this one, do you know what it is that they're staring at or why they stopped?
I didn't know they had stopped. I didn't know they had stopped until I see the video here. My assumption, I can't assume.
I sustain the objection.
Does that group of individuals kind of walk towards where the valet is?
Yes.
Right. Do you see another individual walking towards the mall, still looking back at the direction that you're looking at?
I do.
What's the direction of the valet?
Yes.
Now, when you were in the mall and the yelling was kind of going on, did you notice if other people saw you all or turned around and paid attention to what was going on?
I was focused on what was going on.
And while outside, were you focused on anyone else except for what was going on?
No.
Alright. And I want to go back to 42 seconds within the video.
I'm still waiting on the gang activity. I didn't see them say no gang shit or say we a gang, or he didn't say this. I don't see the gang activity on this whole incident. If he did make a threat at that nigga, he just made a fucking threat. I don't hear the gang shit. Where does gangbanging go tie into this? The most they can say is what, intimidation, but he still didn't say anything or indicate YSL any type of thing in this whole incident. I'm just saying. They're gonna have to bring gunners.
Are you able to read what is on those shirts at all?
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, it is very relevant.
I see the word free.
Okay?
Hold on. Sorry. Let me handle what I need to handle, Mr. Matthews. Okay? All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. And that's at time hack 36, is that correct, madam?
That's at time 36 seconds.
Okay, just want to make sure.
All right. Well,
Anything else?
No, I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Steele?
Sure.
Do you remember that your written statement that the Honorable Prosecutor showed to you, I think it's in your hand, was the next day?
I don't recall. It was after, because the officer was still there taking the report. I didn't go to Dunwoody and bring this to them later.
It was the next day being July 8th, 2015. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you about, and just go back to a week later, 3 days later, whatever, the supposed threat that the man or woman showed you on their phone?
Yes, sir.
You're not saying in any way that Jeffrey Williams had anything to do with that, are you?
I'm not saying it was him, no.
Okay. And then, did anyone come back to the mall?
I don't remember encountering them again.
I couldn't hear you.
I don't remember encountering them again.
Thank you. Your Honor, thank you.
Anybody else? Any further redirect by the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Counsels, at this time, may we excuse Officer May, permanently or temporarily?
Permanently for the state, Your Honor.
All right. Officer May, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
That was a waste.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is almost 5 minutes of 6 on Friday. How about we go ahead and let you recess for the weekend? Any objections? Okay, all right. Hearing none, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and recess you all for the week at this point in time. Let's go ahead and go through your favorite things, the ad nauseam admonitions, okay? You've been home this weekend, you've heard a little bit of testimony. Would it be okay for your family and friends to come over and say, hey, I've seen you on TV, I've seen you, I've heard about this. What do you think about it? Can you talk to them about it? No. All right. Can you call one another up or text each other this weekend and go, hey, what do you think about such and such? No. I didn't hear a resounding. Let's ask that again. So can you text one another over the weekend? No. Okay, all right. Can you look up anything on, any social media platform in regards to this case? No. All right, how about some, you go on any of the reference materials on any one of the reference sites and to maybe bolster your understanding about what you've heard here in court. You gonna do that? No. All right. How about phone a friend? No. Call an attorney? No. All right. Even if your family begs you to kind of talk with them about this, are you going to do that? No. Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you so much adhering to these ad nauseum admonitions, as I've mentioned to you countless times before. They ensure a fair trial, just trial, lawful trial as to all sides. So that's what I told you that they're that important. So we appreciate you adhering to those and continuing to adhere to those. So it isn't lost on any one of us here. So we appreciate that. When you leave, I need you to put your notepads in the basket. Ms. O'Mana will secure those, and you'll get those back first thing on Monday. All right? Go ahead and take a juror sticker for your use on Monday morning. And is everybody okay with notepads so far? We need to give you any more? You good so far? Okay. How about writing utensils? All right, you good on that? How about juror stickers? Okay, you good on everything's good. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Monday, if you don't mind at this point in time. Monday is the 11th of December. And ladies and gentlemen, if I could get you to be here for 9 o'clock with an anticipated 9:30 start time, okay? So Monday morning, the 11th of December, this coming Monday, I'll need you all to be here for 9 o'clock. We'll start somewhere between 9 and 9:30 when all 17 of you are here, okay? All right. What ministerial questions, if any, do you have for me? Anyone? Okay, all right. Sure about that?
Nigga, let him go, nigga. It's Friday.
Okay, going once, going twice. All right. Till the next time, do you have any other questions? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you as we conclude each time. Thank you for your patience that you've given us to this point in time, and the patience you'll continue to give us upon consideration of this matter. So, unless you have any other questions for me, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your weekend. It's probably going to be a little bit wet, but still enjoy your time apart from us, and we'll see you on Monday morning. For what time? 9. Okay, 9 o'clock. All right. And remember also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just say one other thing. Remember, if anybody should reach out to you, try and communicate with you in any way, form, or fashion, I need to know about it immediately. So you can reach out to Deputy Ingram and let us know. But remember, I told you before. As I mentioned earlier, best to come off of any social media sites or anything such as that, because then there won't be the temptation or any new sites for you to do that. Okay? Apps, I should say. All right, unless you have anything else, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you on Monday for 9 o'clock, okay? All right, all rise.
That little dude back there like Kodak Black right here. The one that got the double light. This dude right here. Nigga remind me of Kodak. Like Kodak right there. Got Kodak. Got 03 Greedo. We got Play from Kid and Play. Nephew. We got some random. Who is this lady?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay, councils, any ministerial inquiry of me? Yes, Mr. Steele. I'm going to make a lot of money.
It's your time.
I'm going to make a lot of money. The over and under is going to be great.
I have two requests of the Sound Court through as well as prosecution. Sound Court said yesterday when I asked to get our witness list this coming week, you said wait till today.
Yes. So I believe that the state has updated their witness or proposed witness list. I saw an email to that effect.
We currently have that, and we have that prepared and ready to provide. It is in tandem with what we did give the court and the defense attorneys earlier this week. We will provide the remaining with people that we intend to reach to defense counsel.
Okay. All right.
Right.
So you know which witnesses you're calling for Monday?
We do, and Your Honor, I do not want to state any of that publicly. I will give it to counsel for the defendants and to the court.
All right. Okay. Mr. Steele, what's your second inquiry, sir?
I believe Your Honor, the court also said by today our 741 witnesses becomes approximately 400.
Yes, I did. I have some notes to that effect. So, Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton, have you all pared down that list? I know I mentioned to you that you said you were going to do that by this date.
Yes, Your Honor. So what we have, I'll just point out that what we've been doing is giving to counsel for the defendants each week the acts that we have intended to prove. And for those acts, we had originally given them many more witnesses than we actually utilized. And we have gone through, and for the other acts, we've streamlined them as well. So we have a more concise list of people that we intend to call that we will provide to the defense today as well.
Okay. All right.
I'm just pointing out that as we've gone along, I believe it's apparent because we've told defendants that we are introducing and proving the case by act. And so to the extent that we have introduced evidence for particular acts and that those acts have been completed, we already can mark off people that were extraneous witnesses that we chose not to use.
All right.
We'll give them the remaining yes today.
Have you all started working on have a seat, madam. Have you all started working on the witnesses that you wish to identify or interview between Monday, the 18th of December and the 29th of December?
Your Honor, we provided an initial list primarily that had the professional witnesses on it. As it relates to the lay witnesses, some have been able to be interviewed. One was interviewed this morning, and we're solidifying the times for the lay witnesses. But I believe all but 4 professional witnesses were submitted already with the scheduling of when defense counsel can meet with them. We provided information, their phone number, their contact, so that they can set it up themselves. And the preferred dates and times that those individuals are available. And so that has all been on the spreadsheet that we submitted, I believe, on Sunday, maybe Monday of this week. And we will update as far as the other lay witnesses definitely by next week before going into that week of the 18th and add the additional 4 professional witnesses that we do not have yet.
Okay, and the last question the court has is, by the 15th, will you identify the witnesses that you're planning on calling the first week of January 2024, starting on the 2nd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Through the 5th of January?
Yes, Your Honor. That was another thing that we were planning to do anyway. We were going to include in that list of people that we will attempt to make available if the defendants wish to speak with them, those persons that we intend to call those first 2 weeks, so that during that time that the court has scheduled.
You're talking about and I'm sorry to cut you off, you're talking about the 2nd through the 12th?
Yes.
Of January 2024?
Yes, the first 2 weeks,
so
that we can schedule them to speak to the defense if they wish to as well.
And then as well, you all will have the 16th through the 19th to conduct any further examinations of witnesses consistent with what I told the jurors, because that will be a down week for them as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We will give that to them.
Mr. Adams?
Judge, maybe I didn't understand Madam Prosecutor's answer, or maybe she didn't understand what we referenced earlier this week. I don't think she's here. The question was asked earlier this week is that we started with a proposed list of 737 or something like that, and the statement indicated they pared that down to 400. What Mrs. Steele asked, and what they said they would provide by this Friday, would be a list of 400. Let us know those 300 will not be called. And so what they said the other day is that by this Friday, they're going to let us know, and that's separate and apart from them giving us an update weekly of what's coming. But who are the 400 or who are the 300 that are going to be on this? Same question. That's what was asked the other day. That's what we haven't very much.
I understand now what Mr. Adams is asking, Your Honor.
Yes,
and I was actually speaking beyond that for 100. So we were actually trying to pare down further, but we can certainly give him the 400 that we have, the 300 that we've excluded.
Anybody? Any witnesses you excluded or otherwise are not going to call, would if you could provide that. Are you going to do that today, madam? Because that was when it was due.
Yes, Judge. That's
okay.
All right. And to be clear, we'll give them the ones that we are, the 400 we intend to call, and then they can see that, which ones on that 700 are not included on those 400.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay, another bit of housekeeping. Has the state tendered an order on Detective Belknap? That was due on the 4th.
I believe that we did. I believe that we did, but I will make certain.
Mr. Kearns?
I'm pretty sure that we did. He said we did.
Yeah, 400 witnesses is crazy, right? How many lights we get today? We got some light. What the lights looking like, y'all?
We don't have a record, Mr. Kearns tells me.
I will confirm.
So if you can make sure that is tendered to him by Monday, just so I can keep up with things. All right?
Let's get 150 likes. We got 137. What we need? 13 likes, y'all. We need 13 likes to hit 150. God damn, I'm choking on my spit.
All right.
Jesus. What up, Drina? Shout out, Drina.
Anything else, councils?
We need 11 likes, y'all. Smash.
Okay.
Shout out to everybody who did smash.
Well, listen, if there's nothing else, before you leave, if you would please come up and give your listening devices to Mr. Kearns so we can get them charged and they'll be ready for us on Monday morning. Need you all to be here before 9 o'clock so that we can promptly begin somewhere between 9 and 9:30, okay?
Nigga, you never on time, nigga.
Anything else, we're in recess. Enjoy your weekend. Happy Hanukkah to all of those that celebrate. Okay.
And defense counsel can come over to get.
Man, what the hell? Man, what y'all think about that day? Let's talk it. Let's chop it up. What the fuck? I'm about to exit out the fucking thing. Hold on. What y'all think about that day, man? About today. I said that day like it was some other day. That mall cop shit. Hold on. Let's get the 150 likes though. Where we at? Let's get the 150 before we get up out here. Where we at? Where we at with it? We need 5 more likes, y'all. 5 more likes. Shout out to everybody that hit the like, man. Shout out to everybody that hit the like, bro. What y'all think about this shit, man? Appreciate everybody pulled up. Who pulled up in here? Where y'all tapping in from? Where y'all cities and states? Let's do roll call one time, man. Give me some cities and states, man. I think I personally think that that mall motherfucker, that mall cop, that like I mean it's early. It's early. Keep in mind it's early. They already talking about January. But yeah, the prosecutor. That was an L. Then what did he? He didn't even prove no gang shit. I didn't hear no gang talk. But you know what Thug fucked up? Because I remember that video. Why the fuck? Let me close the window. Why the fuck, Thug? Why the fuck you got to record everything? I remember that video now. He was like, man, we was at the fucking. I can't remember exactly, but he had did like an Instagram, and he was like, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, stop documenting every fucking thing, bro. Jackson, Mississippi. It's happening. Appreciate everybody pulling up, man. If y'all want to support the channel, you feel me? Cash App, Chime right there. PayPal over there. My fault. PayPal over there. Whatever you can send, much appreciated. If you can't, I appreciate you putting up. Just hit that like for me. You know what I mean? Happy Friday. I think, yeah, it was just like a bullshit day for real, for real. It was a bunch of back and forth though. I like that. I seen both sides. You know what I mean? I seen them getting at each other type shit. Like no, like Euro step type shit. You know what I mean? Vegas, man, I love Nevada, man. Nevada is the shit. Like I love Vegas, y'all. You know how long I wanted to move to Vegas? Every time I've been to Vegas, I've had a great time and I've gotten money. Like I love Vegas, y'all. Birmingham, shout out to Alabama. You know what I mean? That's like we need 3 more lights, y'all. 3 more lights.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Our trial coverage today takes us to Idaho, where the man accused of fatally stabbing four University of Idaho students last year is set to appear in court. Brian Kohberger is expected to be arraigned today on 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary for the brutal slayings of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Kohberger has been in police custody, as you know, since late December when he was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania following a week-long search for the suspect. Kohberger is expected to enter his plea today as part of the proceedings, and of course we will bring that to you on air and online as soon as we have it. And stay with us because later in our show we will have a live question and answer hosted by Anjanette Levy, who is in Moscow, Idaho, as our boots on the ground. But before we get to that, just last week, the 4 University of Idaho students were remembered for their strength and inspiration as they were awarded posthumous degrees. Let's take a listen.
The University of Idaho awards posthumous degrees to students who completed sufficient coursework prior to their untimely death. This is a moment for us to acknowledge the contributions they've made and celebrate their academic achievement with their families here.
The judge aggravated.
This spring we will award 5 posthumous certificates and degrees. During a private ceremony on Monday, we awarded a certificate in marketing to the family of Xana Alexia Kernodle.
But to be fair to the judge,
in recreation,
now
sport,
that
and
he's
tourism
in his
management
groove, I see
will be delivered to the family of Ethan,
At first, he was kind of letting
James,
the prosecution get off with some, like just kept giving him slaps. No,
Later
he
today,
be blazing
in our
their ass
afternoon
now.
commencement ceremony,
he a blaze
we
whoever.
will award 2 posthumous bachelor's degrees.
You know what I was thinking? Like,
A
nigga,
bachelor's
do you
degree
go
in
home and
general
talk to your
studies
wife or
to the
whoever you
family
live with
of
about this
Kaylee
shit?
Jade
You tell everybody else,
Gonsalves,
I bet you he go home
and
and
a
talk about
Bachelor
that
of
shit.
Science degree in sociology
He
and
might don't, though.
criminology
You know judges
to
be trying
Lupita
to be
Colis
so upstanding
Ruiz.
and shit.
Now,
But them
we
niggas
will
ain't
present
perfect.
a
Ain't nobody
Bachelor of
perfect.
Science in Business degree to the family of Madison
Did we hit 150
May
yet?
Mogen.
Oops. We hit 150 likes. Shout out to y'all,
Wow,
man.
I am sure the families
Appreciate
of
everybody,
these
man.
victims
Everybody have
had
a
to be
blessed rest of y'all
crying
day.
as they
If you want to
listen
pull up,
to
we doing listen to your
what
music
could have
at. Let me tell
been
y'all.
and what they could
Nicki
have watched
Minaj,
with
Pink
their
Friday 2,
children going
listening
on
party
stage
is
to
at
get
8:30 East
certificates
Coast
and
time.
degrees. But with me to discuss all this
10:45
and what
for
is going
listening
to
to your
happen in
music,
court, you
East
know
Coast
him
time.
well,
So
Bob
whatever time
Mata,
you on, do
criminal
the math.
defense attorney,
And that's
host
what time
of
we
the
on. It should say
host
it on, if you
of
go on my
the
channel, 'cause I
Defense
think it automatically
Diaries
changes
podcast,
based on
and
where
of
y'all at,
course
y'all time
Ron
zone.
Zambrano, trial
for sure,
attorney.
we
So
got
Ron, let me
150 likes.
start
I
with you
appreciate y'all.
first. I have read a lot online. People saying,
if you on
well,
the
will
replay,
Brian
smash the
Kohberger
like,
plead
smash the
guilty
like on the
today, or is he
replay,
going to
you feel
plead
me?
innocent? Tell our viewers what
like I said,
happens
support the
at the
channel.
first
You know what I'm
arraignment
saying?
after a grand jury
I'll be back
indictment
in a
with
few,
a
man. I'm about to
defendant.
probably make a couple videos and give me some alcohol. To be honest.
Typically, the defendant's in a very nervous position, but by now he's already got his plea already set up. So I know a lot of people think he's going to plead. Not a lot of people, but some people are debating. I think he's going to plead not guilty.